Good evening, and welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference. My name is Frank Allen. I will be your host this evening. This evening we are having Helena as a very special guest, and she is going to go over her petition to Congress, among other things. But right now, the floor is open until she arrives. So far we have name, Ellen, Anonymous, Eiffel, Anonymous, Joe, Ann, Jordan, Winston, Dan, Anonymous, ABC, Gertrude, Milva, Marilyn, and Michael. Eve just joined the meeting. I think there'll be a lot of people joining in to hear what Helena has to say. And Helena, when you get here, that's kind of stupid, isn't it? The chat is open. The mic is open.
Frank, I will say something. It's Ellen.
Hi.
Hi. Well, from today's targeting, and I don't discuss it with anyone in my life other than here, I feel sick, nauseous. I don't know how I'm going to sleep. And I know Helena, I think she's doing really good work, and I know that she thinks it is not good to be complaining about what's happening to you physically. You know, that it's sort of like chicken if you're not doing anything. But, you know, I don't want to bring it up, but it's just that I don't know how I'm going to get anywhere unless I do, because I'd be better able to handle things if it weren't for what we go through. So I'm not able to, or I'm not at this point right now. I don't have a petition out there or something. And I think it's great that she's doing that again. And I'm looking forward to this evening. And it's just really something that we should have to go through this. It's just I don't know what to say. And thanks for being there, Frank, and everyone. So I'll mute. And
Okay, thank you very much, Ellen.
yeah, you're welcome, Frank.
How is my audio coming through? Is it clear?
Yes, it's clear, Frank. You sound good.
Hi, Jesse. How you doing?
I'm doing good, Frank.
You sound very good, Frank. Very
Thank
clear.
You. What's new, Jesse?
Good question. I had a pretty fruitful week. I went to Salt Lake, which is about 4 hours away from Wyoming where I live, and fed the homeless and gave them warm clothes and blankets, and had a friend of mine go with me, and met one of my police officer friends down there to help kind of keep the place safe while we were doing it, and it went well. It went really well.
Well, that's fantastic. I'm glad to see that you are out in the community doing your part, and you certainly are.
Yeah, you know, Salt Lake was one of the places that I experienced some pretty major wild targeting, you know, for a good couple of years, and so it was not easy just driving back there, but I certainly felt a lot safer this time than I probably ever have. So it was a good experience for me.
Well, I'm certainly happy to hear it.
Yeah, so I'm curious about your new radio show.
Right. Actually, due to their overwhelmed administration, we have had to put our new show off till February the 7th, which is also a Sunday, and every Sunday thereafter.
Got you.
Unfortunately, we have to forfeit this particular week. We were scheduled for the 31st.
Got you. Are you going to be sending out an email or in your newsletter?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh yes, most definitely.
Great.
That's why I actually haven't. I didn't get provided access credentials or anything until actually today. So I wanted to do at least a week's worth of advertising, and I couldn't do that. So
yeah.
I just said to heck with it, and we'll go for the 7th. And
Gotcha.
they apologized and agreed to it, and that's what we're going to do. We're still going to have Midge Mathis, Ella, Karen Stewart, and Matthew Arnegard as guests.
Oh, that's going to be awesome. You couldn't have a better group of people. I'm so excited to listen.
Right, and we feel bad at this point for Janet Phelan. She is having problems. She's blown off the entire community, as near as I can make out. And she is just not in a good place.
Boy, I'm sure she has her reasons. I didn't realize it was that bad.
Well, she claims she had a tiny drone in her apartment, and she was looking for ways to disarm it. We actually really couldn't come up with anything that she wanted to do other than try and jam it, or she thought it was running off of Wi-Fi, and I told her to ask the woman in charge if she could turn the Wi-Fi off at night, and she sent me some diagrams for something that I don't think she would have been able to put together. But the bottom line is she is out of touch with the community, and I am sending out the Congressional letter without her. So that's the way it is.
Yeah,
hello, Frank. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you're okay. I'm listening.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's support person Ann from St. Louis, Missouri. Hope everybody's doing well. Well, since I'm totally blind, I'm trying to get more tech savvy. Really, I am. When you say this person has a drone in her apartment, I mean
a mini. I guess it's what you would call a miniature drone.
Okay. Because I mean, I'm pretty observant, but I would like to know more about kind of where my V2K is coming from, only so I can strategize and help other people. I mean, there's no way in hell I don't think I'm ever going to be able to turn it off, can I? I mean, I just hate to put it out there. It sounds stupid, but, you know.
It's not going to get turned off until we turn it off.
Yeah, but I have taken measures where I can be less aware of it. Is that the right terminology?
Be less aware? Yes, you can be less aware.
It just distracts you. I mean, just my own basic knowledge and my own logical deductions. Okay, well, if it's going to be loud, well, then I need to do this. Well, then it gets real bad. Well, then I've got to pull out the big guns. But this is getting to be old here.
Well, it's getting to be old for a lot of people.
Very old.
As my two attackers are, I'm sure there are others out there who are obsessed. They are obsessed with you. You are the drug. They are the addict. And
well, I can't.
it is. Not anything to laugh at.
Well, here's the thing, because if I'm going to be of any assistance to people with various types of disability and different illnesses and that, well, how can I explain to somebody what a drone is if, well, they're just might not even have any basic understanding of communications. You know, what a radio does. That's where I'm coming from.
Well, most people have a very good understanding as to what a radio does, so I don't think you'll have any problems there. But a quick way to explain this to somebody is to say that just pretend somebody dropped a cell phone into your head. And that kind of sums it up, except for the attack.
Okay. A cell phone in your head. Oh, that's very interesting.
Well, in other words, two-way communication.
Oh, of course, like the PLC that you spoke of the other evening.
Yes.
Okay. So is that what this person's drone is connected to, or is it just like a Bluetooth?
She claims it's connected to the Wi-Fi in her apartment.
Okay.
She is in a Latin American country, so it's hard to get an idea. You know, what kind of power is there? Standard Wi-Fi to her computer would be 2.4 gigahertz.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to learn more about that. So would I need to take like an amateur radio course to kind of learn, because you're talking about hertz and bits and bytes?
Just do some reading, Ann. I can provide you with the material.
Okay. So basically, how could I check for myself in my own residence to see if this drone is around? Because you do know that things, electronic equipment, audio sources, I guess AV sources, can be dropped into a drop ceiling. I mean, people could pull open a wall, and you would not believe what is back there.
You have to take one thing into consideration when you consider someone coming into your home. Number one, what they leave behind. Fingerprints, evidence. They leave evidence everywhere that a good detective would be able to pick up. Now, I've mentioned many times, I mentioned it today to a woman, to have her locks changed to Medico, because you get 2 keys and no one else gets any, and it's unpickable. So,
what if?
And I've also mentioned sprinkling talcum powder on the floor. If they walk in it, there's going to be footprints.
Okay.
Lock your windows. Make sure that you have a way of detecting whether these windows have been disturbed. If you have a sliding glass door, make sure that you measure the distance, 30 inches thereabouts, and drop a piece of wooden dowel in the slot so that it cannot be opened.
Okay. You know, from my experience, traveling as a single woman to different places, I mean, even if you know damn well that you're in a place, in your room all to yourself or whatever, I mean, lock the doors. I mean, I've read books about where this one poor woman, she had a guy living in her linen closet. I mean, she was highly educated. Matter of fact, it was Still Watch by Mary Higgins Clark. He's living in, and she went in there to get a roll of toilet paper, and there he was. And she was in there for a week, and she had, like, no knowledge until she went to get something, and there he was, friends and neighbors.
Okay, Ann.
I'm sorry.
Helena is here.
Okay.
We are going to go to Q&A mode so that we can hear her comments. Okay, Helena, I'll try and find you. Okay, Helena, you are unmuted. Okay, Helena, I don't know if you heard me. You are unmuted, and you are able to speak, and we are in Q&A mode.
Okay, so this host does have their in-meeting chat turned on, so everything looks good on their end. Are you up in the most updated version of the app?
I don't have an app. I type in the URL, the link.
She's fine. I can hear her.
So are you trying to type in the chat during the call, or what exactly is happening?
Yeah, I'm trying to go to the chat and type in, which has always worked now for years and years and years.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I recommend just downloading the free conference call app.
I don't have a phone. I don't have a phone. I just have a regular computer, so I'm not on a smartphone.
Okay. So on the computer, you would want to go to freeconferencecall.com/downloads.
Okay.
And then if you're on a Windows computer, you should see a blue button that says Download for Windows.
Okay, Helena, we'll try this again without your moderator, so to speak. Bear with me while I try and find her once again. Okay, Helena, are you with us? Okay, Helena, I see you. Logged in at... Oh. Targeted Massachusetts is not an advertising service, and I would appreciate it if that link were deleted. Helena, I see you signed in at 9:08 p.m. and I'm not seeing you. Apparently she was after the chat and has no interest in communicating with us. Well, I don't know what to say to that. I'm going to make a really quick cursory examination of the chat and see if she is in fact going to participate. Okay, she is not here anymore. This just became a regular Friday night call, unless we hear different. That's too bad. Okay, I'm hearing that Helena is having trouble logging in.
Frank, if you're communicating with her, you might ask her if she can reboot her computer.
Yes, she just downloaded the app. I don't know who is instructing her or where they are instructing her from, but it is now 9:23 p.m. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just go to a regular call until she gets herself logged in once again, and then we'll go from there.
Hey, Frank.
Yes.
This is Tina.
Yeah.
You were talking about, people coming into your house a few minutes ago. I was listening.
Right.
And, you said there's evidence. Don't you think that they probably always wear gloves? I mean, these are professionals, And if and somebody else suggested to me about the talcum powder, but don't you think that, your house is bugged, they're watching every move you make, that they're going to bring their own talcum powder to cover it up?
I don't think that that would be the case, but that could be.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to think logically through it, because I've had quite an ordeal with that happening, and and as far as them coming in, and it doesn't seem to do matter what I do, but I figured, I mean, if I was a stalker and I was going in somebody's house, I'd have gloves on,
Well, I didn't actually quite finish. You have to actually look at the ID problem. You're going into a house in a potentially crowded neighborhood, and you have an automobile that has license plates or tags. And so who is to say that somebody across the street or next door on the other side won't write down this license plate and ID the car? Who will say that, gee, I saw a gentleman, approximately 5'10", dark hair, jeans, jean jacket, entering this home. So they have a constant fear of being ID'd. So they have to be pretty brazen to do this.
Well, I've walked my dog. I've had to sell my house. It was being damaged horrifically. And I sold my house and I've moved into an apartment, and they have literally come in while I'm walking my dog for 7 minutes around my apartment complex. And, there was a couple of very distinct things, that happened that you knew immediately that somebody had just been in,
Right.
So, clearly all my neighbors at my house, knew, were there to gang stalk me as well. And clearly here at the apartment, it is the same, So, I'm still looking for, things, and I appreciate the feedback, but I was just thinking, well, I mean, the glove thing, the talcum powder might possibly work if you put your footprint in there, too, and it's disturbed, but I'm just trying to think of, different ways I can tell. But, I'm a single woman living by myself, and I came in and my toilet seat was up. Well, we know that I don't put the toilet seat up,
Okay.
So,
hold on one second. Helena, are you able to communicate? Okay, Helena has just logged in a minute ago, and she has
Hi, Frank.
Yes.
Are you having a guest tonight?
Yes, Helena is supposed to be. Oh, she just left.
Okay.
All right. I think no, never mind. I'm not going to get into it. But we have 70 people who are waiting to hear from her, and that is sad that she just left. Maybe she got booted. She's been having a hard time signing in, I know that. But what's up, Marilyn?
Okay, just real quick, I just wanted to say that the shooters have attacked me more. Direct face, more shots to the face, and hands, because I do labor and stuff. and I'm an artist. So they're shooting me in the trapezium, which is like where your thumb is at the joint. And I thought, wow, this is not normal. I'm really strong. And I know what the scars look like, so I just looked at it, and I said, oh, I start, crying. I said, there's pulse weapon shots all over that area. They're all over my forehead. They're totally scarring me up. But, you only live once. You have to keep going. And I hope that she does come back on the call. August 21st, TI Day, I'm ready for the protest. And I just want to say to everybody, everyone's totally gotten so much press for their movements, and we haven't got basically much attention at all. So I think now's the time. I think the attacks are going to get worse, not better. And I don't think I can't judge it. My attacks have gotten worse.
Marilyn, I would just like to say, how much worse is it going to get? This is unreal, I mean, we can just take so much, and I don't know what to say, I'm really sorry that's that way for you.
Yeah, and so...
And how do we stay physically? Do you have any tips for staying physically strong? Like what you eat, or... Because you're very, very strong and resilient. You are. Thank you.
Thanks. A neighbor had a tree cut down, and so we have a fireplace, and they said, let's grab the wood, and the workers brought it over, dumped it in the driveway, and I'm taking a chainsaw to it as usual. They're trying to get me to injure myself, injure my boyfriend. They do this all the time. They try to mind control me. Some of the perps scream, you should probably stop now. And,
Yes.
So.
Have you been listening?
Yeah, but they started cooking again. Make them ask questions then so I can go in.
Yeah, so it's just rough. So I'm ready for that protest this summer. All right, thanks, Frank.
Certainly. August the 29th will be, I'm sure, a big day for us. I would like to see some more action in the spring. I'm going to get together with Ella, and hopefully we can both financially boost this and make it happen. That's our goal. And Ella, as you know, had a gathering planned, but this COVID-19, we can no longer depend on anything, actually. We have to just take it day by day and see if we can predict what's going to happen in the future. And with a little bit of luck, we'll be able to do it. Okay, Helena, are you here? I understand that you are in the chat. Anybody who would like to speak in the meantime, that's fine. Okay, Helena, Helena, can you speak now? I have unmuted you. Helena, RF Hertz. Okay, this is getting to be a problem. Helena, RF Hertz. Helena, rfhertzlife@gmail.com. You are in here twice, and you don't seem to be saying anything. Are you having audio problems? Can you speak that in the chat?
She can't call in?
She is registering as here for 44 minutes and 33 seconds, and the other one is 7 minutes and 59 seconds.
I see.
I'll have to call those ghosts and get rid of them. And hopefully she can call in again and come up with I agree. Helena should just call in. It's very simple to do. I am going to sign out and reboot myself to see if that will alleviate some of the problems. It may not. I will be back in about 1 minute. Lily, if you're there, you can moderate.
Hello. Excuse me. Hi, I'm here. Hi, Frank. Hi, everybody. Just a quick hello, and this is Lily. I just posted in the chat a really interesting video that was sent to me by a rather conservative sister, of mine, about the whole COVID argument. Some of you might be familiar with the Frontline Doctor Group. If you recall, sometime last spring, there were some doctors that came forward. They formed a group. They were really concerned about being shut down in their own person as doctors in prescribing certain medications for their own patients. They were being silenced and bullied, if you will, for lack of a better word. So they formed this group. And she's kind of one of the women in charge of, or kind of like their leader it's America's Frontline Doctors. Her name is Simone Gold. And I've listened to her before. This particular talk seems recent, but I put it in the chat. It's really eye-opening about the vaccine. And so I started, after I heard her speak, I was really inspired and started Googling the right words about the vaccine. And I'm looking for one specific article. I haven't found it yet. I read it last night. I thought I saved it, and I can't find it now. But this is really important information about the vaccine, and I almost set up the appointment to go get the vaccine myself. I am one of those people that are in the highest risk groups because I have a very weird or unique kind of asthma where I actually become allergic to the virus, any virus. So if I have a typical cold, I have a harder time than usual. And when I go to, I usually have an allergic and an asthmatic reaction. And then when I go to use my asthma meds to help it, sometimes I get worse. So this is just, COVID is like the biggest nightmare of my life, So I was really concerned about protocol, what to do. And I actually had an appointment this week with my pulmonologist. We did a Zoom talk. And I haven't spoken with her in about a year and a half or so. So it was interesting because now that the dust has kind of settled, I wanted to pick her brain. I'm like, well, what about this list of controversial meds that are supposed to work? And she said, no, we're not using any of those. Okay. So that leads me back to Simone's. So anyway, I settled with my doctor. I was not feeling too great about any kind of protocol going forward if I catch COVID. But anyway, so back to Simone, I'm listening to her last night, and I'm so glad I didn't go get the vaccine because they apparently they did try to invent or work on manufacture SARS-1 vaccine, okay, and they injected it into ferrets. I think it was 2012. They
okay, Lily, can you hear me?
Hi. Yep. They injected the ferrets. They released the ferrets into the wild. They contracted SARS-1 naturally from other animals. And after they were vaccinated, they died. And what's happening?
We have to try and find Helena. That's what we're trying to accomplish.
I know. I was just speaking in between because nobody was talking. I was explaining about this video I posted. So about the SARS-1, and this is like a SARS-2. The COVID-19 is similar to SARS-1. And what's happening is, you might have heard the phrase cytokine storm. So what's happening is they're giving they scrapped all of these vaccines back in 2012 because of the mRNA issue. What was happening is they couldn't get it to work without rebounding, and once you were exposed to the virus after you were vaccinated, meaning the animals, it ended up killing the animals because the animals developed this it's called something prime pump. I'm going to put that paper in the feed next. Okay.
I'm going to go into Q&A mode again, and I'm going to go down to Helena and unmute
Oh, good.
her.
Is she here?
Yeah, she is fine. Okay, Helena, you are unmuted.
I see that. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. And
I can't seem to type into the chat. I was on the helpline with free conference call, and they said they've been having problems. So I can't post in the chat. I haven't been able to do that yesterday on Kevin's call, not this time on your call.
That is something that is not you alone, for sure. I think it's an update that we got, let me see, Saturday evening. and that caused a problem. Wednesday evening, I'm sorry.
I was still able to use the chat on Chief's Call on Wednesday all night long till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. So anyway, if you can post the petition, I can see the chat, what people post, but I can't. I mean, I'll try to post it right now.
I definitely will do that. Everybody here would do that. Would like to hear you speak about the petition and whatever else you would like to speak of.
Sure. Let me see if I can post it in here for the time being. Can you post it in the chat? The other thing it doesn't do for me, it doesn't scroll. I have a couple of other people who complain about that, and they blame it on the host, and it's not the host. Did you see I just posted it in there? I don't think, it's not working. I can't post in the chat. Anyway, so...
Yes, it does work. You did post it.
I did? Oh, my goodness.
Yes, you did.
Okay. So good. The link is there. So then for the change.org, I got this came to me in like a flash of like, oh, well, that's what we need to do. Is whenever eBay was harassing and stalking this elderly couple, they're not 20, they're not 80, but they're somewhere in between there. And the woman was doing a blog, just a little blog. She might be world famous now, but she wasn't world famous before. And she was just doing on internet commerce, on Etsy, on other websites where you can buy and sell things, including eBay. And so she made, I don't even know the comments she made about eBay, but eBay noticed. And eBay isn't in Massachusetts. They're in California for the most part, from what I understand from the lawsuit. And so she was getting this, she got a pig fetus mailed to her. She got a box of cockroaches mailed to her. She got, they advertised on Craigslist that she's going to have this sex party, and don't be shy, just open the door and walk in. She had pizza delivered to her at 4:30 in the morning. I mean, lots of boxes of pizza, and just all kinds of horrendous stuff. And then a local retired cop got involved, and they tried to make friends with her. We're going to help you. So they were pretexting and trying to be her friend. I mean, it's just a complicated, convoluted case. And so she complained. And they almost dropped it, saying this is just normal stalking case. And, too bad, so sad. There's so many of them. But the DOJ paid attention. And the DOJ prosecutor from Massachusetts is who's prosecuting the case. They did the investigation. The FBI did the, they had what's the word? I've been pounding at my brain too much. I lose my words now. Affidavit. The FBI did the affidavit saying this is Agent, Will Smith, so much experience in this, that, and the other thing. And I worked here previously, and now I'm doing this. And so I did the investigation. This is what my testimony is that I found after investigating them using whatever, all the tools. I can put the complaint and the affidavit into the chat. I can't type and talk at the same time, unfortunately. So it just hit me because I asked Ray Schumann. I asked him about 6 months ago or more. It hasn't been a year. I said, so how do we get a grand jury investigation? How do we get a grand jury to be seated? Because that's what this needs. And I don't know. I didn't understand him. And usually I understand things pretty clearly. Just, I don't know. And then I asked Chief, and he talked circles around me too. And then after that is when I saw this eBay case, and I said, this is it. This is what we have to do. So that's when I filed, well, first it started out on Max Williams' call. He has a call list of about 100 people. And someone happened to mention in the chat that, gee whiz, while this Judge Merrick Garland is getting ready to be, he hasn't been approved by the Senate, to be our next Attorney General, but before he gets real busy and before he gets approved and sworn in, we should write him a letter. And everybody said, not me, not me. I wrote a letter to this, that, and the other thing. And everybody, they weren't going to take on the job. And I said, well, I think I've never written a letter like this. I think I know enough not to embarrass myself. So I wrote this letter to Merrick Garland. That's what it was intended to, who it was intended to go to. And it is, if you click on the change.org, there's a link on there that says for the rest of the story. If you click on that, that's the letter to Judge Merrick Garland. If you could put that into the chat, because, like I said, I can't talk and chew gum at the same time. So I did send him that letter. And then I realized that it was so complete that I might as well combine it and put it on to a change.org. And I think I posted the change.org petition for a request. So let me go in I posted about 7 days ago, maybe 8. I think it was 7. We've gotten over 700 signatures so far, which is good. But I'm hoping for like 5,000. So anyway, because we need the notoriety, we need to be paid attention to. So the title for it is Joint Congressional Hearing, because after all, the diplomats had a joint congressional hearing, and for DOJ to investigate this, the microwave assaults on United States citizens. It's simple as that. It's 2 steps. And I did ask for something in between there. If you click on the change.org, is I want every 50 states has an attorney general. Each 50 state have a dedicated phone line for us to call, because there are that many of us.
Helena?
Except I need people to show me with signatures. What?
You have a question from DeMondre,
Okay.
Washington, I think. Go ahead. 4272.
Well, I think they'll have more rounded out questions if I finish. It'll only take me about 5 minutes to finish up everything.
Fine.
Because it doesn't seem like she's speaking up. The second thing that I asked, I'll read it to you. We're asking that senators and congressmen hold joint hearings on the use of intrusive, destructive, pulsed microwave radio frequencies, as there are thousands and thousands of us being surreptitiously accosted. We need to get some sunshine on this heinous crime that is being obfuscated and ignored, discrediting people who are reporting it, much like the initial reaction to the United States diplomats and the 8 CIA undercover officers' reports were when they were stationed at their post in Havana, Cuba. So they were discredited, too, in the beginning. So I wanted really to point to that. And the second thing is the 50 state attorney generals to create a dedicated phone line, so that we can report this, so that some whatever person making $11.95 an hour doesn't say, oh, this person sounds crazy, and hangs up, or just kind of let you hang out there in the wind. The third thing on the change.org is that we're asking for 94 federal judicial district prosecutors order investigations and schedule grand jury hearings to bring these criminals who are perpetrating this crime to justice and bring relief to the normal, law-abiding citizens who've been enduring these heinous extrajudicial, surreptitiously meted out assaults. This crime just needs to be investigated and stopped. This is bullying on steroids, and it is. No one should have to live like this. No one should have to endure this. No one. This is madness. It has to stop. So the cover-up has to stop. And basically, if you go to the rest of the story, I talk about the cover-up, not just for us, but for the diplomats. I mean, when the Canadian diplomats were in Havana, they were the last ones to find out. United States diplomats found out sooner, by months, and they weren't allowed to talk to anybody. So when the Canadians started to realize, and there was some whispering, and they were told eventually, don't go home to your families and tell them about this. So in a couple of instances, there's 5 families that were stationed down there with children, including spouses. Some of the diplomats were wives. So when the wife got home from her job at being at the embassy, the Canadian embassy, she couldn't tell her husband and children, oh, yeah, that nosebleed you have, that excruciating brain ache you have, that's because of microwaves pulsing your brain up against the inside of your heart skull bone. She wasn't allowed to say that. And the husbands, when they got home, they weren't allowed to say that. And then eventually, and they were stopped from going to see doctors. They weren't allowed to tell their doctors what they thought it was and their experience. They were just thwarted at every turn. And I do have the lawsuit in that link. If you look at the rest of the story, it is in there. There was a family who flew up from Havana to see Dr. Michael Hoffer. It doesn't use his name, but they said to Miami to a doctor who was looking at these symptoms, and the Canadian State Department called Dr. Michael Hoffer and said, that diagnosis, can you kind of ratchet that back a little bit? And you can't say those things. Cut the diagnosis, say something else. And if you read the lawsuit, it's all in there. So they told him to lie. You've given them the diagnosis, but no, erase it. And then there were a couple of families, maybe all 5 of them, made appointments with Dr. Douglas Smith's Brain Injury and Repair Center in Philadelphia. One family was there with 2 children being examined, and their State Department guy called our State Department, and our United States State Department guy called Dr. Douglas Smith's office at the clinic saying, those Canadians, stop testing them. And while they were sitting there trying to finish all their testing and finish their examination, someone from Dr. Smith's office came to see those 4 people, 2 kids and husband and wife, and said, stop testing them. You guys need to go home. Go back to Canada. And they were using their own money because their insurance wasn't going to work here in Philadelphia. They were sent home, and all the other people who had the appointments, they called them up one by one and said, your appointment has been canceled. And they said, okay, can we reschedule then? And they said, no, you don't understand. We're not going to see you at all. So this concealment, this obfuscation is happening to a lot of people. And that's what that rest of the story is. It's one after another, constant trying to bury this under the rug, including not releasing the Relman report. And finally, Senator Jean Shaheen squawked loud enough with a couple of committees, and the committees' names are in there in that letter to Judge Garland. They finally released it. So now we know we have the assessment investigation. I think 19 engineers, scientists, doctors got together and wrote the Relman report, and Dr. David Relman from Stanford University was the final person who authored the whole thing. That's why it's called the Relman report. But before that, they weren't going to tell us either. So that's the whole thing. We just want sunshine. We want clarity about this, and we want them to know that we're not crazies. Just like they called the diplomats crazies, we're not. And that we need to be taken seriously. And if we have the signatures, is what I think we need. If we get over 1,000, means send it to your aunt, uncle, and best friend who are not targets, because eventually they might be. And send it to your email list and have everybody sign. And instead of just 70 signatures per day, make it 200 signatures per day and get those numbers up so that we are truly believe that this is a catastrophe and it's insidious.
I am going to send it out to 3,900.
Good. I really think it depends on our signatures. That means a lot of people are using goofy words. Please try not to use goofy words. I mean, Millicent says psychotronic weapons. Cut the horse shit out. Don't just use simple words. This is microwave assault similar to the diplomat had experienced in Havana, Cuba. Period. End of story. And I love Helena. That'll do too. So you don't need to use fancy schmancy words. Don't use gang stalking. I mean, their eyebrows raise and their eyes glaze over saying, okay, these are the bunch of yahoos, these are the conspiracy theorists. Stop using those words, please. It just works against us. Stop it. Don't use electronic harassment. I know we need power for it. My TV needs power, and I don't call it the electronic boob tube. I call it a TV. And these are through-wall radar devices that they've increased the power density on, hurting, burning, and vibrating us. Sure, they need power. Some of them have batteries, go to the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory and DARPA link. It's right there in that letter I sent to Judge Garland, and you'll see what its capabilities are. It's not electronic. It's not. It's microwave. It's radio frequency in the microwave range. It's not even millimeter wave because that has a tough time getting through walls. That's why they have to
Helena?
put... Yep.
Let's say this petition is taken into consideration and it's approved that we have this hearing. Mm-hmm. What do you want us to assemble and take flights there, or what is the procedure?
Well, someone yesterday mentioned, shouldn't we have wouldn't marching be better? Well, we've tried marching. I think marching would be great if the 7 of us, 6 or 7 of us, are in that joint congressional hearing room with the mahogany table between us and the senators and the congressmen, talking to them. And if 2,000, 3,000 of us joined outside of the building saying, carrying placards saying, what's going on in there? You need to write about it. That's where the marching helps. And for 2,000 or 3,000 people on that day, whenever the hearing is scheduled, I am going to get it scheduled because I'm going to embarrass them into it. In conversations with Jean Shaheen, my senator is not that hot yet, but I'll get him there.
There is a press corps building in Washington. I'm sure you're aware of that. And perhaps this should be sent there as well.
Sure. Give me the...
I don't have it. I will get it for you and be able to send it there as well.
I mean, they can pick up the phone and call me and talk to me. But we can't be ignored. People are dying, whether self-inflicted or just because they stopped their heart. Our pets are suffering. Our buildings, whatever house you live in, they're vibrating. The concrete plaster loose, the drywall loose. They've vibrated my copper pipes loose so that I have big waterfall in my kitchen. This is all from the pulse microwave radio frequency. It's the shock waves, the pressure waves from this radio frequency that is doing all that.
Agreed. You have one question. Would you like to take it now?
Sure. I didn't hear the last person speak up, so that's why I continued talking.
Yes, exactly. Constance, go ahead.
Okay. Hi. You had mentioned something about a laboratory. I didn't catch that. I kind of want to type it into my file so that I can look that up as well. I am going to go to change.
It's Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory.
I'm going to, okay, say it slow. I'm going to mute, can I? Sure. And can you give me that off?
Sure.
That information, that way I can type it as you say it.
Sure. The link is also in the letter. It's about halfway down. It's Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory.
Okay, say it one more time.
Lawrence.
Yeah,
like the man's name. Lawrence. Yes. Livermore.
Got it.
National.
Got it.
Laboratory.
I got it. Thank you so much. That's all.
Sure. But the actual website where you'll see these devices and how they're being used surreptitiously is there. It tells you what the capabilities are for the device and how hard it is for us to pick it up if it's in a certain ultra-wideband bandwidth. I mean, I can read you the paragraph. I mean, actually, we should read the whole letter. I mean, it's really, really important. It's what I start out with is saying that there's just more than just a handful of diplomats and undercover special agents that are being assaulted with pulsed microwave radio frequency directed energy weapons. More, thousands and thousands more, countless numbers more in the United States of America and all over the world. Now, Dr. Beatrice Golem, teaching medicine at the University of California, was the first medical professional to recognize the symptoms of the U.S. diplomats. stationed in Havana, Cuba, to be that what they were pulsed with was radio frequency microwave radiation assaults. She has been wanting to call attention to, this is important, to a larger population of people who are affected by similar, end of quote, assaults, and to explain and address the symptoms experienced by, again, I'm quoting her, large number outside of the diplomatic corps, end of quote, struck by identical trauma. And that's us. I mean, she has multiple, and her research is right there. She mentions us so many times. Those are the two links. Senator Marco Rubio in Florida arranged a hearing when the news of the invisible yet devastatingly destructive assaults roiled the nation, that U.S. citizens, or the diplomats stationed in Havana, Cuba, were being assaulted surreptitiously with heinous, debilitating, directed energy weapon that left them with neurological dysfunction, including traumatic brain injuries, balance disorders, as well as other health harm. So he had arranged for this hearing. Now, he didn't have the diplomats there, but he had everybody that was important there, the State Department, and peppered them with questions. Okay, so what's going on? And so now we're 4 years later. You know, this assault on them happened in 2016. We're nowhere further. And that's what I'm trying to do, is to push it further. The FCC does have a name for these. The FCC calls these devices radio locators, so they locate you, big deal, and intentional radiator. That's the second. It kind of tells you what it does, intentional radiator. They are motion sensors, very much like speed radar would be, that most people are accustomed, but measure motion in miles per hour. But these tiniest of motion speed detectors measure the motion at a person's wrist to detect heartbeat, measures your breath rate by detecting the motion of a person's chest heaving and your heart beating, pick up leg and hand and arm motion for gesture and gait recognition, pick up eye motion with eye gazing recognition, and even detects the vibration of vocal cords and reads the motion of lips to discern speech or articulation through multiple walls. By the way, these are, I mean, so many people say, especially one person who's a prolific writer, that our DNA somehow is taken up to satellites and they're tracking us with our DNA. Horseshit, unbelievable. That person would make lots of money if he wrote science fiction. So, by the way, these are our individual and unique bio-identifiers when being observed from a distance through obstructions. When pulsed at embassies, they are specifically used for listening in espionage devices. There's no reason to do a break and enter, so don't go around tearing apart your house, looking behind drywall. Someone might have placed a hidden microphone. There is no such thing. The eavesdropping can easily be accomplished by pulsing a microwave radio frequency signal into a building through walls with direct line of sight. The device can pick up many conversations and locate everyone. The radar guns are widely available to first responders, law enforcement, and firefighters. These microwave RF through-the-wall surveillance radar devices are designed to be used only during catastrophic and exigent circumstances, like after an earthquake, to find the tiniest micromotion of a barely alive person under a big rubble, or during a mud or snow avalanche, or during a SWAT or hostage situation where law enforcement has to quickly determine a building's layout and the number of people inside their location and where the weapons cache is, if any. Now, firefighters also use these pulsed radio wave echoes or noise returns to the radar gun's computer screen to find their way out of a smoke-filled structure. Those devices, and I have an article for it, it's too much to put everything in here, they're about $500-600 a piece. But these devices are being misused and have been co-opted and repurposed. When the device is low power or the power density is increased, because after all, they are computers that can be reprogrammed, you have low frequency, but now high power microwave device to pulse directed energy at a singled out target and a specific part of that target surreptitiously for revenge and retaliation to settle grudges, burning, hurting, and vibrating that target's body part. This seems to have developed into a virtual reality belly laugh pastime.
I have one question, and then we have, let me see how many. We have actually 2 more questions for you, and I think I'll let those go first.
Okay.
Go ahead, Port St. Lucie.
Hi, my name is Cindy. I live in Florida, and I didn't get the beginning of the conference, but I would like to know your name, and is there any way to contact you besides email?
Sure.
Because
my name is Helena, Helena. The last name is Csorba. It's on the petition. Csorba.
I can't get to your petition.
What did you say?
My stalkers will not let me get to it.
Okay, so the last name is Csorba, Csorba. My phone number is 412-782-4441. Leave a message if I don't pick up the phone. I'm usually awake half the night, especially now promoting this petition. I'm searching for email addresses, so I usually don't go to sleep until
412-782-4441.
Exactly. So call late afternoon and into the evening if you want to talk to me. Otherwise, you need to unblock your number because my phone doesn't take blocked calls. What did you say again?
Are you on Eastern Standard?
Yeah, I'm in your time zone.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Is there another one, Frank?
Okay. I understand the concept exactly, what you have explained. But what escapes me is this. I can be driving down a road 3 states away in the middle of the night, we'll say 2 a.m., heading west with no one behind me and no one in front of me, and still be assaulted.
Well, people say to me, I left my phone at home. I don't have any kind of a radio frequency microwave device that they can track me with. So no smart devices on me. How are they getting to me? They're getting to you by using the dielectric properties and your bio-identifying signatures, your gait, your mannerisms, your gesticulations with your hands, your speech recognition. That's how they know you. And then if I go further on down, I talk about dielectric or relative permittivity properties, which everything has, whether it's a solid, liquid, or gas. The table next to you has a dielectric property of whatever wood that is, whether oak, cherry, or composite. It has a dielectric property. They don't want to see that. They don't want to see my brick wall whenever they look into my house. They just dial that noise out. The radio frequency that's being pulsed in using these microwave radar guns, they have to have the radio frequency come back at them, which is called echo or backscatter. Now, without the dielectric properties, or also known as the relative permittivity properties of things, that software program, if it wasn't loaded on this radar computer gun, then it wouldn't even be able to see inside my wall because they would be seeing the wall and the noise, the radio frequency echo of my brick wall, my outside wall. They have to dial that dielectric property out. They have to dial out the properties of my drywall, of the 10 coats of paint, of the wallpaper. And if I have shielding on me and they want to get at my brain and pulse my brain to shock wave it, to pressure wave my brain up against the inside of my skull bone using this radio frequency, then they have to figure out if that's a copper pod or an aluminum canning pot that's on my head. And as soon as they figure that out, they have free access. They see your brain on the computer screen.
I understand that thoroughly. That's very good information, and I'm sure this call is going to be listened to on a regular basis in terms of the recording. What I want to say is, how do they get around line of sight? Which is what?
There is Dr. Barry Trower has a 14-minute video where he explains how you're being followed. And the person who interviewed him and posted it, put some comments on there that detract from what he said. They used all kinds of stupid words. But anyway, if you go, I forget where it is. It's called Celdar. He calls it CELLDAR, or sometimes it has two L's, CELLDAR, Celdar. You put Celdar in and Dr. Barry Trower, you come to that. Otherwise, I can look it up and put it in to the chat. He tells you how you're being followed, because everything now is a mesh network of nodes, of being able to pick up anything that vibrates. And we vibrate, no matter how perfectly still we try to be, we still vibrate. Our hearts vibrate, our mouths vibrate, our gait, we move, our hands move, our we breathe. Everything is moving, and we're all identified using those identifiers that they can track you from one antenna to the next antenna to the next antenna. Now, mind you, you don't have a cell phone on you, and you don't have any smart devices on you. You're just walking down the sidewalk, and it'll follow you one after another, playing a relay from one antenna to the other, picking up, identifying you.
Okay.
There is, I'm looking for, but I can't talk and and try to find at the same time.
No, continue.
There's a website where it tells you how the Air Force, whenever they're tracking, and the radar, how the radar is tracking when they're doing these for serious war games in the skies. Now, there's no barrier there, but it tells you exactly what you see on the computer and what targets you want to keep on your computer and in line of sight, no matter whether they're underneath the belly of the airplane or on top of you, on the left side of you, on the other side of you. It'll keep track of it. And that gave me a clear picture of how any radar device tracks something, tracks a target.
Okay, we have a question from Mark from Texas.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, hi.
Mark.
I've followed. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Happy New Year.
Oh yeah.
And Merry Christmas too. I've followed this information for some time, and you've said some things that are new to me, and I try to not go overboard with the information when I'm handing out flyers, but I had a very interesting day today, and my wife is tired of the Cadillac that she has, and we went out to a place that we know about.
Yeah, but Mark, do you have a question? I really don't want to listen.
Yes, I do.
To scenarios.
I do.
Okay.
The amount of energy that comes from the body that has the frequencies, how much of that energy is expelled back in quantum?
It depends on the dielectric.
If you know.
It depends on the dielectric property of the substance. So whether it's liquid, solid, or gas, or composite, everything has a dielectric property, and a certain amount of it goes back to the radar computer screen that identifies what it is, what they're looking at. Otherwise, they wouldn't know what the hell they were looking at.
And one more time, could you repeat your phone number?
You have my phone number, Mark. 412-782-4441. Frank, did you see this link that I just posted?
I did not.
This is how a fighter jet locks onto and keeps track of an enemy aircraft, and so that's the link for how fighter jets.
Okay, great. I will.
Did you see it? Did it post?
I haven't seen it yet.
Posting work?
I'll be looking at it shortly. You have a question?
Usually it's instantaneous. You can't see it.
Oh, I'm not on that screen. Question from Nancy.
Okay.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Yes. Hello. I just wanted to ask two quick questions. One is, if you move to other cities, when this first happens, you try to get away from it and move to another place, and it just follows you. And the second one is, why? Is it experimentation? If it's not revenge or anything personal, then is it just an experimental program to amass knowledge for some industry or the government or something? Thank you so much. And Helena, I thought your petition was just out of this world. It was so good, and it was on point, and thank you for that.
Oh, you're very welcome. We need to get out of this. This is so horrible. We need to be believed, and that's why just restrict the adjectives you use for this and keep saying the same thing's happening to me as happened to the diplomats in Cuba. Yes, they're microwave assaults. Look at the Relman report. It's microwave assaults, microwave assaults, microwave assaults. And don't conjecture about someone experimenting. I don't know. Maybe some people are. Mine isn't. Mine are the local police. It's just a revenge game. They have these devices. They could increase the power density behind them, and they're just having a good old, they're just having fun.
Good. Oh, that's great. Yes, thank you so much. And you know what? I think it was genius of you to put in your petition that there should be a dedicated phone line so people can, I think you said State Attorney General's office should have a dedicated phone line so people can record and just say that it's happening to them. So thanks for everything, Helena.
Sure. No, sure, you're very welcome, Nancy. You're welcome to call me anytime. Frank, I don't see any of my postings, so I'm still not able to post.
Okay, I just clicked on it, so it's there.
You saw the fighter jet? It's not coming through for me.
It went to Csorba, yeah?
Yeah. That's the one. How come I don't see it? I guess I can't see my own postings.
That has happened to several people this evening. I'm not sure what the difficulty is, but I think it lies with free conference call.
Yeah, so, repost it so that I can see it because I haven't been able to see it.
Let me see.
This article has the actual radar device on there, and it'll show you using airplanes, but who cares? It shows you, it's a long article, shows you how it tracks it, how it tells you when they say, I don't want to see that, I don't want to watch that. So then they just eliminate that off of their radar screen. It really explains it well. I'll send you the whole article if you want.
That would be great. Okay, I'm reposting.
Okay, thank you. Wonder why my stuff isn't showing up, but that you can see it and nobody else. It's amazing. Okay, let me look at, I'll look up the Seldar stuff also.
Okay, fantastic.
So once they're locked onto you, whether you're underground or whether you're in a building, it doesn't matter. They've got their clutches on you. You're locked onto. Period. Anybody else? You said you had 2 or 3 people who wanted to ask a question.
Okay, Nancy was the last one.
Okay, I just posted the Seldar. See if you can see it.
Yes, I can.
Okay. Can anybody else, or just you that can see it in the chat? Since I can't see it, I wonder how many other people can't see it.
I'm sure there are others who can.
Can you see it, Lily?
Lily, can you see it?
Pardon me, the article that you posted?
Yes.
No, I can see Frank's. I can't see Helena's.
Okay.
The Quora.com one?
Yeah, I posted and then he reposted it, so you can't see except when he reposted.
I went through the feed. The chat is it's so wonky the way it's so little to navigate, but because you have to maneuver just right. But I tried to look for what you posted, and I could not find it. No. So I did see Frank's, and I just opened it up in Quora. I was trying to read it. That's why I didn't get back so fast.
On Barry Trower's Seldar, it says, I just posted it into the chat again, if you can forward it, Frank. It says, be patient. Barry Trower gets to the target locking part about 9 minutes into the video. The video is about 14 minutes long. So you can either fast forward to about 9 minutes, and he explains to you how your track followed from one antenna to the next antenna, not your cell phone antenna. This is the antenna that we are surrounded with. It's a mesh network that we're surrounded with.
Okay.
When you say, wait, Helena, could you please expound on that mesh network? What's your interpretation of what that means?
Mesh network is all the nodes of all the smart things, whether you call it Internet of Things, the smart things, all the cell phone towers, be it little or small. We've been there was a 10-year project that was started in 2009 of creating of the whole world. The outer space has already been mapped. Our universe, our little world, our globe, the Earth has not been mapped. And so they had a 10-year project. Intel and forget the other company now. I'll post it in a minute. They had 10 years, and the 10 years is up 2 years ago now, where they were going to put these little nodules to pick up any motion and anything, to know where everything is, everything.
Yeah. Yes.
And they were going to be small little things, and they were expendable because they didn't even cost pennies. They were costing millionths of a penny. And so if they were dispensable, so it didn't matter. They weren't just broadcast out in the world, they were placed. So they weren't sprinkled around. They were deliberately placed, and I used to know how many feet apart they were, to create a mesh network to pick up anything and everything that went on in the world. Anything and everything.
Yeah, I think they're trying to, do you get the sense they're trying to duplicate it too? I get the sense they're trying to find everything that's pertinent and literally build a simulated version of how things exist and interact. So just think like on a
they don't need a simulated version when they have the real version. They just want to actually watch the real version. There's no need to duplicate the world.
Well, no, you know what I was thinking though, because of has to go hand in hand with my experience, was if they are building a simulated reality, and according to some scientists' self-admission, that's what they're doing, then the simulated reality, what's going to happen is the quantum computing will be able to predict ahead of time. It's predictive programming. So they can steer social engineering, to steer humanity down certain ways. It's cybernet. That's the very definition of cybernetics, and which is to steer and influence through this technology. And so that has to do with, we're hearing bigger words here and there, heterodyning and cognitive cloning or modeling of the human. And that's why some people get chatterbots, because what they do is they give us the chatterbots to talk to our brain constantly so that they can map every potential situation or conversation to get a full model of your personality, the way you interact in your brain, who you are as a person, and then
it's way too complicated for me.
I know it is, but
it's not. I don't think that's happening. As an engineer, I can tell you that is not happening. It's just not.
That's what a lot of the scientists say is happening.
We have another caller. Jesse, call. Hold on, Lily.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Hi, my question was, hi, by the way, Helena, my name is Jesse Call. I'm a whistleblower from 20 plus years ago, testifying against the feds doing some pretty bad things to people. So this has been going on for a long time. But anyway, my question was along the lines of Lily's. I was hoping for kind of an overview explanation, which you've kind of given already, of how this works and how the tracking works. And you said it's from cell towers and the Internet of Things, which makes sense to me. So in your opinion, is there an AI involved in this at this point?
Well, that's a silly question. Artificial intelligence is nothing but a computer. And if you're being targeted and tracked, you're on someone's computer. So that if you want to give it a fancy schmancy name for a computer, AI, yeah, I'm holding an AI right here in my lap, right here in my hand.
You sound like you're from Wyoming. You got a no-nonsense of just getting to the point. That's a silly question you said. Okay, cool. All right, well, it's just a question. I appreciate the answer.
Okay, next we have Port St. Lucie, Florida, once again. Go ahead.
Are you saying we are chipped or are we not? Or are there just antennas all around us?
Honey, I can't understand you.
Speak
up. You're all muffled.
That's because of my stalkers. Are you saying we are chipped or are there just antennas all around us?
Well, there's radio frequency things that pick motion up.
I mean, they're burning my ears at night. They're blowing heat on my ear to make me deaf.
I didn't understand.
Along with a major other things I don't like to go into.
Did you understand her, Frank? I didn't understand her.
You're going to have to speak more clearly, Port St. Lucie.
I'll try again. I've been targeted for 7 years, and now they're burning my ear up, and they're even able to blow heat on it. I think so I'll end up deaf.
What's your question, please?
Are we an antenna, or are the antennas around where I live? Is there any way to escape this?
No, I haven't found a way to escape it, except to go have congressional hearings and to explain to them what's going on.
Well, I'm with you 100%. Whatever I can do to help, I will.
The article from American Scientific, I just posted in the chat. I don't have a website for that, Frank, but if you can, that's the name of the article, The Omnipotence Machines, where Intel, their device was called WISP, and HP's device was called Sense. And this is what it says. These are tiny, ubiquitous sensors will allow us to index the physical world the way the web maps cyberspace. So before 2009, when this article was written, there wasn't any way to identify everything in the world. So earlier this year, meaning in 2009, Hewlett-Packard announced the launch of a central nervous system for the Earth project, which is called CENSE, C-E-N-S-E. It's a 10-year effort to embed up to 1 trillion pushpin size sensors. So head of a pushpin, there are people who sew out there, that's the size of the sensor across the planet. Technologists say that the information gathered by this kind of ubiquitous sensing network, so that's the mesh network, and our computers, anything that are radio frequency induced, are part of this mesh network. But besides that, they put a bunch of trillion-sized pushpins on top of it. That was just Hewlett-Packard, and then we'll get to the other guys, to Intel and what they did. But anyway, so ubiquitous sensing network would change our knowledge of the world as profound as the internet has changed business. People had no idea the web was coming, says technology forecaster Paul Sappho. We are at the moment now with ubiquitous sensing, so they sense everything. There is quite an astonishing revolution just around the corner. the spread of versatile sensors, or called MOTES, M-O-T-E-S, and the ability of computers to analyze and either recommend or initiate responses to the data they generate will not merely enhance our understanding of nature. It could lead to buildings that manage our own energy use, bridges that flag engineers when in need of repair, cars that track traffic patterns and detect potholes, and home security systems that distinguish between the footfalls of an intruder and the dog, to name a few. Sense is the boldest project yet announced but HP is not the only organization developing the technology to make ubiquitous sensing possible. Intel is also designing novel sensor packages that are at numerous university laboratories. These are stackable, by the way, so they have all kinds of things that they can measure, and they're stackable, one little push pin head on top of the other. For all the momentum in the field, though, this sensor-filled future is by no means inevitable. These devices will need to generate rich, reliable data and be rugged enough to survive tough environments. The sensor packages themselves, now mind you, the packages are the size of a push pin head, themselves will be small, but the computing effort required will be enormous. All the information they gather will have to be transmitted, hosted on server farms, and analyzed. Finally, someone is going to have to pay for it all. They're going to have, I'm going to skip some. Every sensor is going to be a non-zero cost, so it's going to cost nothing, less than a trillionth of a penny. And they're expendable, and they're self-healing. And self-healing means, so if one dies, one of these sensors dies, who cares? They just go to the next mesh and keep with the mesh sensing hacked.
Okay, Helena, your omnipotence machines turned into just a post. The link went away.
Oh, there was no link. There is no link. You have to be a member of Scientific American to download it. Have the whole article. I can download it and send it to you so you can put it into your newsletter. But otherwise, I can post another little paragraph if you like. There was no link.
Okay, great.
Sorry about that. It looks like this is too big. If you look up either WISP or Sense, is you can find on Wikipedia, but you won't be able to find the Scientific American unless you have a library card. Then you can download it for yourself. And the name of the article is The Omnipotence Machines, and it was in 2009 by Scientific American. So if you have a library card, even with COVID, you can just call your library to see how you can do that. If you have an card, you'll be able to access the reference library and download it for yourself, which is how I got the article. But the link doesn't come with it. There's another little bit.
Okay, anything that you post, I will definitely repost so that everyone can see it.
Okay.
Okay, let me see if we have anybody in Q&A. Yes, we do. We have Ann from St. Louis in Q&A. Go ahead.
Ann.
Hello. I am just loving the conversation here tonight, all this technical stuff. I wanted to go to school for engineering of some kind. I mean, there actually are blind engineers. But, well, just real quickly, I just wanted to know, how do they feed the voice print for your V2K? Through stereo speaker, like if you have headphones on? And how do you get that? How do you block that? Because that's all that is. There ain't nobody living in somebody's radio or anything. That's that's a voice print.
That's the microwave fray audio effect. And I think I talk about that like 3 or 4 paragraphs from the bottom. And all the clicking, hissing, and noises, and I didn't in this letter because they want to scare the whole kit and caboodle off. But any type of voices, noises, hissing, clicking, the walking in your attic, the walking up your steps is all done with this microwave fray effect. It's just all of it is done and trying to scare the wajibis out of you. There's nobody in your attic, nobody on your roof. They were pulsing, tap, tap, tapping on my brick wall because if I had a stone woodpecker pecking in between it, the mortar. You guys are a bunch of shitheads. I tell you I'm going to run out there, look, see if there's a stupid enough woodpecker pecking at my bricks. It's like.
That's the thing. They picked the wrong blind.
As soon as I said that, they stopped with the noise.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't believe it. Now they thought they go ahead.
Incited to run and check. Sorry, I didn't hear you. What? Say that again. I can't hear anything now.
I said we got to get this internet of mine fixed. They're messing me up here, guys. What can we do about that?
Well, what I do, because they mess with my internet connection, is I document and make a record of it. I immediately call Comcast, and before I can dial the phone number, all the digits, they hook me back up because they don't want a record of it. Because that is documentation. And I just call them and I said someone is intentionally jamming my signal.
Mm-hmm.
So if I get through to them, I do tell them that, and then I noted this is the time to buy a $1 calendar. So buy about 6 of them for $6 at your dollar store, and on the computer and interference. Maybe another one for TV, unless you can put them on the same calendar. Another one of my calendars is for pets. Another one is for damage to my property. Another one is, harassment. Each calendar is, you can't put everything on one calendar. It becomes too much. And I have an audio diary, so I have a digital recorder that I document things on. I put it in my bra. If you're a guy, get a gun holster that has a little teeny weeny gun holster that holds those little Derringer, and wear it across your chest underneath your shirt so that you can have the digital recorder with you all the time.
Okay, Helena, you need to stay in one spot.
Much to have a written diary. And the contemporaneous notes, what? You're breaking up too, just like Ann was. What did you say?
You need to stay in one spot
so
we won't lose each other.
I'm not moving.
Okay.
I'm sitting in my chair and I'm not moving.
Okay, because you're fading in and out.
I'm not moving. I'm just sitting here perfectly still.
Okay,
so
great.
They're just messing with it. That was happening to both you and Ann also. I think they're just interfering with us.
Okay, we have Miami, Florida with a question. Go ahead, Miami, and thank you, Ann.
I just wanted to ask, everything you said about documentation was so helpful, but I couldn't, somehow was in and out. Could you make your suggestion again? You said calendars. Could you repeat it? It went in and out.
Sure. Tell me if you can hear me. So what I do is I keep an audio diary, and I take photographs, and I videotape. But, this has been going on for many, many years. So to go back to someplace 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, and then that particular time and place, if you have 6 calendars per year, and it's been 10 years, that's 60 calendars. That's not very many. If you're just writing in a notebook, like a 5-subject notebook, the stuff gets lost in there. Besides that, it's just too much to handle. When my notebook was downstairs, I was upstairs, and so I would write on little scraps of paper. When I was upstairs in the notebook, when the notebook was upstairs, I was outside in my garden. When I was out in my car, the notebook was in the house. When the notebook was in the car, then I was in my house. My notebook and I were never in the same place, so I was writing on little scraps of piece of paper. It just didn't work, and that's why I recommend an Olympus digital recorder. You can buy them. I use the Olympus 702 PC. PC means that It will pick up voice recognition, and you can convert it into a written text diary. I'm not going to do that because sometimes I'm projectile vomiting or hacking and coughing, so I'm almost asphyxiated because they're choking me so badly. I like the effects of that, and they're going to hear every word of me suffering through this for all these years. So I like the sound effects of it, and the distress that I'm in, not being able to catch my breath because they're choking me, pulsing my gag reflex with this microwave radio frequency. So with the audio diary, if something really notable happens, I put it on the calendar. I designate one calendar for something, another calendar for something else, another, and then I put in there, this is Olympus 702 PC, and this is F95, the time that it was on there, so I know exactly where to go from 10 years worth of audio diary. I know exactly where to find that, and I only have to look at 10 calendars that says sabotage in my yard. You page through 12 sheets of, January, February, all the way down to December, and you can see maybe you'll only write 2 or 3 things on each page of that calendar. That's okay. You don't want to fill it up. You want it to be like stark, very easy to see. And then keep on doing the audio diary and just go out, and before they sell them all out or they take them off the shelf, because we're almost into February, and buy yourself 6, 7, 8 calendars for $1 a piece. Don't buy them at $5, $6, $10 a piece. Doesn't make any sense. Just buy those huge calendars that have a lot of white space on them, and then you can make notes and designate each calendar for what you want to put notes on. If it worked for Brett Kavanaugh, and he could pull out calendars that were 15, 20 years old from his high school and his college days, for whenever he was trying to get confirmed to be one of our justices, it works for me, and it'll work for you too. Just those calendars hold up very little space, 6 of them per year. Started right now. Today is the first day of the rest of your life. Start it today. Don't worry about what you didn't do in the past years. Start it today. Start an audio diary. Keep the diary in your bra. Know where the buttons are. You'll get used to it. In the middle of the night, if they wake me up, I turn it on. I see the little red light, and I talk into it. I put it on pause. If they don't let me go back to sleep, I talk back into that same page, turning it from pause to activate the device. Just keep talking, and then say the time, date. I'm trying to sleep. I'm in my bedroom. I'm sleeping on the couch, wherever you are. Just say where you are, the time, and the date, and what's happening to you. Try to be as descriptive as possible.
Okay, can I ask, their program is they're trying to make me look cray-cray, and the things they do are so bizarre that I'm a little bit even afraid to write it down because it's so cray-cray.
Well, that's the only way you're going to have evidence.
Okay.
People are confused. They say, how do we get evidence? How do you create it? You create your own evidence. You create your evidence. You keep an audio diary. You keep your calendars. That's evidence. You photograph. That's evidence. You call.
Thank you so much.
Sure. You call Comcast or AT&T or Sprite. You call whoever your provider is for your communication. You say they're messing with it again. And then write it on the calendar, so you don't have to look on your audio diary for years and years and years of you talking into your audio diary. Just write it on the calendar. That one will be just how many times your communication device has been compromised.
Okay, next we have a question.
Yeah, so when the attorney says to you, okay, so get together for me all the dates and times whenever your communication was subverted and interrupted, you go, oh, well, it's going to take me like 3 years to listen to my audio diary, Attorney Smith. Just hold on a minute. Yeah, I'll get back to you. Okay, I'll try to hurry up. Would 2 years be okay for you? I mean, you'll look through your calendar. It'll be right there at your fingertips. And you can say to them, I'll give it to you tomorrow. I have it real handy-dandy right here. Besides that, it'll make you seem like you're not dumb and you're not crazy at all.
Okay, the next question we have is from Ann from St. Louis once again. And thank you very much, Miami, Florida. And Chapawee, wide-eyed, is looking for you.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, Ann.
Hello. I am learning so much. I got to get back in here more often. But I'm a support person because I do have people with V2K that are seriously...
You have a question, Ann?
Yes, I'm sorry, Frank. Okay, so when you say you call the cable company, your ISP, and you dial the number, what if the number's it's just like a 3-digit number? You just do the first 2 digits and then hang the phone up?
I don't understand what you're saying, Ann. I just call the 800 number for Comcast. Now I have an AT&T device. I call the 800 number for AT&T, saying, this isn't working. Someone's interrupting the signal, jamming the signal intentionally, and I use the word intentionally jamming the signal.
Well, how do you talk to them about that without them like, oh my God, what's wrong with her today?
Well, I talk to them about exactly like I'm talking to you, using words that are plausible, scientifically provable. I don't use the words electronic harassment. I don't say
I don't either.
that the FBI, IRS, and the CIA are chasing me using satellites. I don't say stupid. I say, tell them, do you realize that this is the through the wall surveillance devices can have their power density increased, and they pick up breath rate, heart rate, and speech. And by the way, you want my security code? You want me to enunciate my security code, which now they're going to have? Is that what you want me to do?
Because that's a voice signature. That's why people need to be really careful about their identity. I mean, I'm in the blindness community, and I see this all the time. It's like, what are you doing? Because I don't know. People think I'm blind, so I must be pretty stupid.
Yeah. Unfortunately, people do think about it like that. Do you have a question, though?
Well, that's all I want. Would it be all right? I know you gave out your number. Would it be all right for you and I to touch base? Because there's some scientific...
Anybody can call me. Just be respectful.
Anybody.
You can call me up till midnight Eastern Standard Time. Maybe even a little bit after that. But don't call before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, because I'm usually trying to catch up on my sleep if I can.
I can definitely read. All right. Well, we'll be in touch.
All right. I'll talk to you, Ann. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Ann. Next, we have Andrew. Go ahead, Andrew.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Did you call me Andrew? That's not my name.
We sure did.
Okay. My name is...
That's what it says.
Okay. Well, that's interesting.
What is your name?
So Drewleen.
Drewleen?
Yes.
That's really nice. No, you come
Thank
through as
you.
Andrew. The phone company has your name as Andrew.
Okay. So my question is, how do you keep your documentation safe from people?
I cart it around with me. I have not been able, but everything's on little micro SD chips and memory cards and things like that, except for the calendars. But you can take pictures, photos of the calendars. When you're finished with January, just take 7 pictures of each of the calendar's headline, and now you'll have it on a micro SD card. And I carry my I don't have a smartphone. I just have a regular house phone. So this is a house phone that's wired to the wall, by the way, you guys. But I do have a camera, and it has a micro SD chip in it. It's also not. I remember buying it about 8 years ago, and the person at Walmart said, "Oh, this is the best thing," and this and that. I brought it home, and it was going to talk to my computer. And I called her up. I said, "I don't want this talking to my computer." She said, "Well, you need that." I said, "No, I don't." And so I took it back. I said, No, I want a dumb one. But it does have a smart chip in it. It has a micro SD card, and that has actually just an SD card in it. So I just save up those little SD cards, which are big as my thumb fingernail. But I carry my camera around with me. It's one of those bulky cameras. It's an instant to autofocus, but it's still 2.5 inches by 1.5 inches thick. It's a little bit bigger, but I carry it with me. I carry my laptop with me. I took it down to when I saw Dr. Hoffer down in Miami, Florida. It was right there with me. I looked like a pack horse, but it was right there with me. I don't go anywhere without it. You have to. And for the calendars, it's the only thing you can't tote around with you just after the month or whenever you're going out. I take a photo of the pages, this month's page, because I'm assuming last month's pages you already took photographs of, and then just keep it on a memory chip.
Yeah. So what about when you're sleeping?
Well, if you think they're coming into your house, and by the way, they do have keys to come into your house. If they can see in through your walls, let me tell you something. It took me a long time to figure this out. I feel so stupid. They can see through the fist of your hand. Let me just say it that way. It's as plain as that. Well, I got this special lock, and I didn't even see the key. So I get this padlock, and it's the best thing. It's cost me $195, and oh my God, I'm going to be safe, and this is great. It's just so good. And I get underneath about 7 or 8 sheet of Velostat. In the dark, I'm fiddling around with the box. I finally cut the box open, pull out the padlock, stick the key in it so nobody can see the key, and I finally reveal to the whole world what the padlock looks like. I pull it out from underneath my big Velostat tent. And it took me years to figure out, Helena, they could see through the Velostat. And yes, you're going to the car and you're opening up your car door and you're holding this precious key to the car, and you're holding it in your fist so nobody can take a photograph of it or nobody could see it. But you have to take it out of your fist eventually and stick it into the keyhole, and they snap a picture. But if you don't ever reveal this key, they could see through walls, they could see through your hand, and I'll post that into the chat also, where they just photograph our keys. You throw the key, you come in through your front door, you have this little desk beside your front door, you throw your purse, your wallet, your change, your keys, everything on that desk, and you go about the business. You click on the TV, you get something to drink, you start to fix something for dinner. Well, if they can see you using dielectric constants, they can see through your wooden front door and take a photograph of that key, which has its own dielectric property, and therefore take a picture of it, fax it away or email it away, and the next day they will have a copy of your key. Period. End of story. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. So keep that in mind.
Okay.
Otherwise, if they're coming in during the night whenever you're sleeping, I would push a bureau or chair underneath it, or make a wood wedge that would stick underneath there. And I've heard the guys talk about very brilliant ways of blocking a door so that people can't come inside while you're sleeping, because they do put you to sleep. One of the things is RF anesthesia, using microwave radio frequency as an anesthetic, putting you to sleep. I mean, these type of methods are being used for legitimate purposes in doctors' offices to do surgery without an anesthetic, but using microwave radio frequency to deaden an area so you don't feel something. So we don't all have sleeping sickness. They're just putting us to sleep.
Very good. Very good. New to me.
Well, she was going to ask something else. I kept interrupting her.
Okay, for some reason we have an echo.
Oh, me? Yeah, I have a million questions, but that's it for now.
Well, just go ahead and call me and we'll talk.
Okay, when you were giving your number, I had got disconnected. Can you give out your contact information again?
It's 412-782-4441. And I had a business at one time. That's why it's so simple. I just kept a simple number, and everybody thinks it's a business. It used to be a business. It's not a business anymore.
The last number is 4441?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
How do you say your last name?
C as in cat, S as in Sam, O as in orange, R as in Robert, B as in boy, A as in apple. And what was your first name again? I forgot. It's not Andrew.
Drew
what
Lean.
Is it? Drew Lean?
Yes.
Drew Lee.
Drew Lean.
Can you spell it?
I will spell it when I call you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Drewlene. And that concludes the callers for this point. It would only take like 3 seconds to have 4 more. So,
well, let me read some more of this because this definition is important. First of all, let me say that the ACLU recognizes these, and for people to tell me, saying, oh, I wrote to the ACLU 15 years ago, 10 years ago, 2 years ago, well, they're going to recognize these devices now. There is in the letter the link for the ACLU and the surveillance the police are abusing. And this is what I put in the letter. The ACLU recognizes through-the-wall surveillance devices are being rampantly used and abused by law enforcement and have asked for everyone's involvement and help to create laws and oversight. There's a lot of activity, a lot of laws with the help of the ACLU that have been passed on each West Coast and East Coast. Here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, they haven't been, no one's been active, and there have been no laws passed yet. So whenever I get a breathing moment, I would like to ask them to help. But they will have, if you have the link, you can go ahead and call them and say, I need your help. I want to take you up on trying to get ahead of law enforcement buying with our taxpayer money. And for us to know what they're buying and how they're using it, we want to get ahead of them because they're just abusing these devices and using them surreptitiously. You can give them this letter that I wrote to Judge Garland and say, here it is in black and white, an engineer wrote this, and this is what we're going through, without you adding any silly words to it. The definition of radar, by the way, which is also very telling, radar means that it should be capitalized all the time. RADAR means radio detection and ranging. So it detects you and the direction that you're going at, the ranging, how far away you are. And the second definition is radio direction and ranging. So the direction and how far away you are, the ranging. So the devices can locate people and lock onto them and track them. So it detects where you are and then follows the direction you're headed in. That's what the definition of radar is. And the next thing I wrote about is the dielectric constant, or also called relative permittivity, which is software that is loaded onto the radar gun computer to have the capability to identify anything. So everything has a dielectric or relative permittivity property, whether it's a solid, liquid, or gas, or composite. And then I put the dielectric properties, some of them, I'm pretty sure it's not a complete list of the human body. So if they bring up on their computer screen on their laptop, the computer, radar gun's computer, they bring up your nervous system, and they see your nervous system from head to toe, and they decide, okay, I want to hurt her at her big toe at that nerve. That's how they get your big toe at that nerve, because they have their computer, the cursor. They could see that nerve right there on their computer on your big toe, and they start pulsing it, and you twitch and you jump and you feel hurt, and it's torture. It's torture. So this is some of the things that it can do. If the microwave RF power is increased and is pulsed through walls at a target, this radar through-the-wall surveillance device delivers shock waves or pressure waves. The microwave RF can be adjusted to deliver the slightest of touch, so it just brushes against your skin, or adjusted to deliver brute force or shock waves that can bash the brain up against the inside of your hard skull bone, causing brain bruising, concussions, traumatic brain injury, or TBIs, accompanied by excruciatingly unbearable brain ache. I don't call them headaches, they're brain aches. They're bashing your brain up against your hard bone. The microwave radio frequency causes burns, incredible bone-crunching pain, RF ablation, which is necrosis or destruction or death of tissue. They're killing a tissue. RF anesthesia, or putting you to sleep, causes autoimmune diseases and neurological deterioration, cataracts, and cancer. All are well-known biological effects of microwave RF. The research on this stuff, the research on microwave radio frequency radiation biological effects, or bioeffects, are abundant. I mean, there's just so much. They can't deny it. At the Ford Presidential Library in Ann Arbor, Michigan, alone, there are about 8,000 pages in 10 boxes of research cataloged information by Nicholas Tenek in preparation for his book called The Microwave Debate. and you can click on that website, see all 10 boxes. And the earliest research in those 10 boxes goes back to 1800 something. Paul Broder started writing about microwaves for the New Yorker after serving in the United States Army Counterintelligence Corps in Germany. And when he was released, he started working for the New Yorker magazine. In 1977, he compiled his extensive knowledge and research to publish The Zapping of America, Microwaves, Their Deadly Risk, and the Cover-Up. Because even today, unbelievably, even today, there is a cover-up. And I have talked to Paul Broder. He's up in Massachusetts. Anyway, around 2016, both the United States and Canadian diplomats, their spouses and children, and some 8 CIA undercover officers were stationed in Havana, Cuba, were targeted with debilitating pulsed microwave radio frequency, causing severe traumatic brain and balance injuries. The complaint mentions sonic and microwave assaults, then it settles into calling the targeted attacks as mysterious, and then collectively starts referring to these injuries as the Havana Syndrome. It is terrific reporting by Carl Zimmer, dispelling, this is important, dispelling the mystery. This is in quotes. He's a scientific writer. When sound is not sonic. So we hear these sonic sounds and everybody says, oh, this sound wave is burning me, or this sound wave is, this sound wave is not sonic. So because the sound is microwave, which is in the radio frequency range of the electromagnetic spectrum, it is microwave fray auditory effect that delivers the clicking, chirping, hissing, and other sounds. So I didn't talk about voices and things like that, but those other sounds encompass all of that. And his 2 articles are right there. He explains to you why this sound is not sonic. So it's not infrasound, not ultrasound, not any sound at all. It's microwave sound. Okay. So after the Canadian families returned from their post, they filed a lawsuit which describes a jaw-dropping detail the current modern-day cover-up of this technology. The complaint names, in quotes, this is who they sued, Her Majesty the Queen in Right of Canada, or from here on in that lawsuit was called Canada, as a defendant who owes, so Canada owes her subjects and is in breach of contractual statutory common law duties to the subjects, plaintiffs, or the diplomats, consisting of 6 families with children, one of them a preschooler, who were being assaulted with these microwaves. The Canadian families were kept in the dark about the cause of their assaults and have been thwarted at every turn when they tried to seek medical attention, unimaginably even were restricted from sharing information with their family members after coming home from work at the end of the day. So a couple of women, I think there were at least 2 women, so wives, were the diplomats, and they came home to their husbands. One was single. She had 1 or 2 children there in Havana with her, but she wasn't allowed to tell anybody about what was happening. So if you don't read the 32-page lawsuit, which is attached, so you can read it if you want, but this is number 10. It gives you quite the idea, the thumbnail sketch of what the complaint is about. And they do have 2 law firms representing them. I talked to both of them. Don't send them horseshit stuff, please, because they already think we're all nuts. So send them good stuff. I already sent them this letter, and I sent them the petition. So anyway, despite belatedly acknowledging the existence and harm of Havana Syndrome, Canada has actively interfered with the ability of plaintiffs to seek appropriate and necessary medical care for their injuries. So that's why they're suing their own government. They're not saying, hey, I was down there in Havana and you from Canada were hurting us. That's not what the lawsuit is about. What the lawsuit is about, hey, you guys, we were being hurt and our health has deteriorated and so has our children's, and you're not telling us what this is. And that's why we're suing you with $28 million. And by the way, that is one of the ideas I have, that is the way that we can sue, but we have to ask all these questions first. And if this petition doesn't go through, then we can sue them saying you're not paying attention to us, and therefore we have our own $28 million lawsuit suing the United States of America because you're not taking us seriously, and this is serious. Anyway, let me go on with number 10. Canada has greatly restricted the information that the plaintiffs were permitted to share with healthcare professionals, placed restrictions on who the plaintiffs can see medical care from, withheld information from the plaintiffs and medical professionals regarding Havana syndrome and its possible causes that would help in the diagnosis and treatment of the plaintiffs. In one particularly egregious case, Canada used diplomatic channels in the United States to instruct University of Pennsylvania Center for Brain Injury and Repair to stop testing the Canadians. So their State Department called our State Department called Dr. Douglas Smith's office and said, stop testing the Canadians, you guys. Despite the fact that the affected individuals were seeking testing and treatment at a world-renowned brain injury and trauma center at their own initiative and expense, as a result of Canada's intervention, testing was immediately halted. That's number 10 in its entirety. So there was another instance. In another instance, one of the Canadian families traveled to the University of Miami to undergo testing, and although Dr. Michael Hoffer's name isn't mentioned, I'm sure that's him, all members of the family were diagnosed with traumatic brain injuries akin to concussions, and this is in quotes from the lawsuit. Senior officials, and by the way, their State Department's called Global Affairs Canada, so that's their State Department name. So senior officials with Global Affairs Canada contacted the physician and asked him to alter his assessment, specifically to downgrade the injury rating. Told Dr. Hoffer, that diagnosis, scratch it out, put something more benign in there. Don't give them that diagnosis. Okay? So it's mind-blowing that the Canadian government would interfere in medical treatment at their employees by going as far as instructing hospitals to stop testing and treating them, and by picking up the phone and calling their doctor asking to change the diagnosis. Unbelievable. And by the way, while I'm talking, you can keep emailing this change.org petition out to all your friends and family and all of your email list and encourage them all to sign. They don't have to be targets. They just have to realize this is happening and everybody needs to sign. So then on February 7th, 2019, one day after the Canadians filed their lawsuit, attorney Mark Zaid filed a Freedom of Information lawsuit on behalf of the New Yorker magazine, yes, the same New Yorker magazine that Paul Broder used to work for, and the James Madison Project, which is a sunshine project to have our government be transparent about what's going on, seeking the production of the documents from the United States Department of State. So State Department, namely from the Accountability Review Board. We need all the mumbo-jumbo, everybody talking among themselves, all the emails, all the instant messages, all the letters, all of everything. We want everything. And if you look up Attorney Mark Zaid and his Freedom of Information lawsuit, I don't have that link in here, but if you look it up, the State Department told the New Yorker magazine that it was going to take them 137 years or something like that, something outrageous, for them to copy all the material because it's so abundant, so much. And anyway, they went to court because they wouldn't give anything to the New Yorker magazine, and Attorney Mark Zaid took up this case pro bono for free.
Okay, Lily, can you floor for a minute?
And all the, up until March, they were downloading monthly and telling Judge Amy Berman Jackson every time they downloaded how far along they were, because she ordered them, I want that stuff on, in my court monthly. You need to start downloading. And as far as it went, as COVID stopped it, I think it was about in February, March, they stopped the copying because people were now working at home from the State Department, and these computers could not be accessed from their home. So I have to get back on that. What were you saying, Frank? I'm sorry, I just want to finish that sentence.
Oh,
you were cutting out anyway. So was I cutting out?
Just a little bit. I think we cut out together. But I just wanted to ask Lily to take the floor just for a moment.
Sure.
I'll be right back.
Oh, I'm here. Sure will.
Okay, so that's what that lawsuit, and the lawsuit is right there. And I have it downloaded so you don't have to pay Pacer. anybody wants it, I can send the whole download to them. It is not apparent. They're not attaching what they've been giving. The documents aren't there, but the talking in between the judge and the State Department and Attorney Mark Zaid is there. So each of those letters and court documents I have. But anyway, so let me continue reading. So I'm wondering if the New Yorker called Mr. Broder, this is just a little humor in here, the former employee and investigative science writer, microwave expert, when the news of the mysterious targeted attacks in Havana hit the news. But they did display their sense of humor when they published the freshest tinfoil hats for conspiracy theorists, fashionistas. And I have the link there, and it's cute. It's beautiful hats, beautiful hats. So the New Yorker wrote this derisive article about, because they know about it, because of, well, Paul Broder used to work for them and talk to them about microwaves, but they still wrote this article with beautiful hats to protect us from all kinds of microwave assaults. Anyway, what I said is the pulsed microwave radiated targets felt the peace, derided their torture and pain. It was a derisive article. So then I talk about Jean Shaheen. It's been reported that Senator Jean Shaheen is working as a social worker for the United States employees. And this, again, points to the concealment of what's happening, because none of the State Department is not recognizing what has happened to, these aren't diplomats, they were Department of Commerce and Department of State employees who worked in various cities in China, 4 cities as far as I understand. And they were not recognizing that these were microwave assaults. So they're denying compensation, workers' compensation on their injuries and insurance on their injuries, saying that's not what caused it. So once again, it's been obfuscated. So anyway, the State Department has refused to acknowledge or recognize their heinous microwave radio frequency targeted attacks in order to preserve international trade relations. So, it's not just us. It's those United States citizens who were working in China. They don't recognize that it was microwave radio frequency targeted dues. The same thing that's happening to us. So that's another obfuscation and concealment. And the articles there talking about that. So the obfuscation continues as my next sentence standing on its own. When the pulsed high-power microwave is directed at a specific body part, it can stimulate that body part using either a wider band microwave radio frequency assault or a very tight pinpoint focused beam. If the microwave RF is directed at your nostrils, you will sneeze uncontrollably. If a portion of your body is pulsed or stimulated when the nerve endings are close to the skin surface, like your toes or your feet, I don't have this in there, but your belly or your back, then synapses will rapid fire, which will feel like zapping or electrocution or thousands of bee stings. Dial back the microwave RF power and you will feel a phantom touch. Hit a nerve reflex point and you will experience the restless leg or involuntary extremity movement. The burning, stinging are all well-known effects of radio wave sickness. It feels like thousands of pinpricks or bee stings. Pulsed vibrating stimulation directed at your lower intestine causes involuntary defecation. It just liquefies and comes out at that end. Pulsed stimulation directed at your bladder causes you to pee your pants. If the pulse stimulation is beamed at your genitals or rectum, it is rape. When the microwave RF pulse is directed at your digestive tract, you will feel nauseous or you will downright projectile vomit. If your gag reflex or esophagus is pulsed and stimulated, you will feel choked and cough to near asphyxiation. If your heart and lungs are pulsed and vibrated, you will have a panic attack. When pulsed at your brain, it causes brain bruising accompanied with horrific brain ache, and you will feel lightheaded, vertigo, faintness, and can lose consciousness. You will also excessively salivate and drip or drool cerebral brain fluid, indicating that the blood-brain barrier has been compromised. Sometimes I would wake up and I would find this quarter-size, half-dollar-size puddle underneath my chin. I'm going, what is that? And it's my cerebral brain fluid. It's just horrific. This bullying and intimidation device is to modify behavior to force compliance by terrorizing a person with pain with the intent to incite, provoke, and aggravate. And don't you react to this stuff anyway, and designed to humiliate and shame. But they're hoping that you will react to it because they're trying to incite you and provoke you and to aggravate you. The invasive microwave RF shockwaves are life-destroying and hurt not only humans, but can be maliciously directed at pets. The microwave RF will destroy or burn up your vegetable and flower gardens, plants, bushes, and trees, and will make you look like you can't take care of your home or property or your affairs anymore. The pulsed vibrating pressure waves will tear apart and crack plaster and mortar. It will vibrate your home's copper pipe solder loose and cause waterfall in your ceilings and walls. It will melt and sag the lead surround of stained glass. It will, at the most inopportune times, flash your lights on and off uncontrollably, since RF, or radio frequency, this microwave, thinks that any wire is an antenna, and as an engineer, I think it is a fire hazard. When pulsed and directed through walls from a large standoff range at either small or large electrical appliances, the wiring will burn up. Your computer cooked, and at the very least, RF communication signal disrupted. Your calls on your wireless DEC handset or on your smartphone will be dropped, or at the very least be disrupted with interference. So, is it coming through pretty good? It's not too much
Thank you, Helena. One more time about where you were reading from. What was that descriptive from?
This is what I wrote.
You wrote that, okay.
It's in the letter. If you go to the change.org petition, it'll say the rest of the story. If you click on that link, it's there.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that.
That's what I'm reading from.
Helena like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading from. Yeah, we might have been just interrupted.
I signed the petition, and it was done very well. Thank you for that.
Yeah. So anybody can hand this to their ACLU or to their future attorney saying this is what's happening to me. It's explained from the beginning to end. It appears that the FCC has, one more thing about your vehicles. Pulse with microwave radio frequency, your vehicle will unexpectedly freeze up. Just die and be locked in its tracks when perilously going around a treacherously narrow and steep mountain bend. And guess what happens? You meet your fate. It appears that the FCC has lost control of monitoring these microwave RF pulsed radar guns that can see through objects, that can track and lock onto a selected person, that can be modified to hurt, burn, and vibrate. After licensing the specifications, so the FCC says, oh yeah, these specifications look good, you can go ahead and manufacture. Since there's no oversight, once these high-power microwave device, or actually low-power, low-frequency devices are sold, they can be modified to become high-power microwave devices. Although there has been confiscations and fines relegated by the FCC and fines imposed, there are just too many devices like these out there. And I put 4 websites that you can look where people have been fined $250,000, $500,000, and their devices taken away from them. There's just too many. So don't let these equipment violation actions buoy your hopes. I'm telling you, the FCC has truly lost the handle on these devices. They just simply do not have the manpower to send agents into the field every time someone complains. The FCC does require a stop buzzer. They do require a stop buzzer. There's a stop buzzer point of contact where colleges, research laboratories, and healthcare facilities are operating under their FCC experimental license for this RF technology. But gosh knows, hold on, this computer just lost my page. But gosh knows that it applies to targets. In 1998, there was a joint congressional hearing. So here's another hearing on warning of backyard terrorists using handheld portable pulsed microwave RF directed energy weapons. And I have the website for the hearings. To our Congress. It was a joint congressional hearing, senators and congressmen on backyard terror.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
Before I'll forget. So help me understand, you're talking about, are you exclusively talking about these handheld type devices?
Well, these have been miniaturized, but they're totally handheld now. Absolutely. They're not the big size of a big truck. There are some that you can put on to the back of a truck.
Right.
But
no, what I'm trying to understand is are you limiting everything that we as targeted individuals experience to just these types of devices? Or do you think that the technology also includes the same concept of what these individual handheld weapons do, but to a different modality? Do you agree with that, or is it just clear?
Well, no matter what the size or shape of it is, it all uses radio frequency, and the radio frequency in the microwave range. So the way I describe this, someone says to me, "Oh, Helena, tell me what it looks like. I want to know what it looks like. I saw this person, they had this or that. Do you think it looks like that?" And I'm going, "Well, I can tell you that I have a vehicle. And you have no idea whether I have a golf cart that's a vehicle that's mechanized and it's working, has a little motor, or if I have a Lamborghini with a different capability, go from 1 to 2,000 miles per hour in 3-6 seconds or something. You have no idea." That's how these devices vary in size, shape, but they all use the same technology.
Right. Okay. So I guess what I'm trying to be clear here.
I'm just talking about the technology.
I'm talking about the technology, and I'm about as tech savvy as,
Well, whether it's a big device or a little device, if your neighbor or the police had it, they have handheld devices.
Well, see, I have a hard time believing it's my neighbor or the police aiming anything towards me.
That's okay.
Because it's been going on for so long, and it's so sophisticated. And
it's really simple. I knew whenever I figured it out, it was going to be simple as sin. It is simple as sin.
Right. I believe there are handhelds. Don't misunderstand me. But for people who have been in these programs for so long, it would take an incredible amount of people just to track and torture me with anything specifically like a handheld or a device. I'm wondering if you believe that the military also uses this technology.
Oh, this is all they fight with now. Absolutely.
Right.
This is all they fight with now. They have a handheld radar computer gun. It doesn't look like a gun anymore. It looks like a thick computer that they hold in their hands, and that they can hear what the enemy's saying 3,000 feet away. They took down the YouTube video of my third radio interview that I did, because in there was a Marine that says, he was the first one to comment. I love him. And I tried to get back in touch with him, but he didn't go back to the interview anymore. He didn't go back to that same YouTube page, because he said, because I talked about the most capable device that I know of that isn't, top secret, and it's called STORM, Sense Through Obstructions Remote Monitoring System, or Remote Monitoring Surveillance. And he said, the furthest distance it can go away, it said 3 football fields or 900. It was 3,000 meters, or it's 998 feet, which is like 3 football fields. And he said, 3 football fields? He said, no, more. He said, we use this in the Marine Corps. And I have his comment copied, so I do have that. I just wish I could talk to him. He said, 3 football fields? He said, no, way more. And we used to be able to adjust the depth and the penetration. So they use this. They use this in the military. They don't use guns and bullets necessarily anymore. And if you want to know how they lock onto you, it's similar to how the fighter jet locks onto and keeps track of the enemy aircraft, that Quora article that apparently you have, because Frank posted it for me. But there were a couple of other articles about this, and so there was a big hearing. Bunch of white men, about 6 of them, who had kinds of credentials coming out of the Yin Yang, predicted this back in, it was in 1998. So 33 years ago. They talked about this then. There was one particularly who was, I forget his name, out of the 6 that was very relevant in my opinion. Anyway, there were 2 articles on these microwave RF backyard methods. It was called, those same words were used in that joint congressional hearing also. And the one article is called Ray Gun Feared as America's Biggest Threat. This was in 2012. The hearings were in 1998. And another second article follow-up by the same guy. Weapons stunningly accessible to manufacture. So it tells you how easy it is to access. That was in 2012, how easy it was to get downloads and how to make these devices, handheld devices. And let's see what else I say. This is a horrific, sadistic, atrocious crime. It is unbelievably awesome. It is. It truly is. And heinously exact, deadly, surreptitiously delivered technology. If the through-the-wall surveillance high-power microwave radar device uses pulsed ultra-wideband, also known as baseband, or carrier-free or impulse radio beam, it is inherently difficult to measure, very difficult to measure. So throw away your $200 little measuring play toy meter. Extremely difficult to intercept. The military has tough time intercepting these, and has great immunity to interference or jamming. You can't jam it, but has a high laser-like precision accuracy. This is not a laser. Lasers are light. They do not go through our walls, but it has laser-like precision characteristics. These beamed frequencies are also known as micro-power impulse radar. So micro-power impulse radar is that they are pulsed so quickly that they're pulsed in nanoseconds, sub-nanoseconds. You have to remember that they send a pulse out, and that pulse echo has to come back to tell the radar computer what it sees before it could send out the next pulse. So it's sending out pulses, but I mean, I can't even tap that quickly how many pulses they send out, how many impulses they send out, and that's why it's so difficult to measure. And Josh Spivak was trying to explain this to us. It's too fast, and that's all the descriptive adjective he was using. And it's called micro-power impulse radar, MIR for short, and it's just too fast for any, $1,000 meter to pick up. And forget the CC308 that Neil was trying to promote all the time for $13.95 at your local whatever. Just wasn't going to pick this up. And then I have the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory and the DARPA link right there about this micro-power impulse radar. It's right there in that article. Who's talking? Who is it, please?
Hi, Helena. So, Lily, I had a question for you. Do you think that this technology is think of it like this: if let's go bigger than just local, so big stuff. Do you think that Russia and China have the ability to use this technology from as far away as they are to be able to spy on what's going on in America, so either on a personal, familial level, or a community, or in a governmental agency? Do you think that they have that capacity?
I don't know how to answer that. I mean, I really try to stay within my own 4 walls here. Whether they have that capacity or not, there's a big time delay. They can't hurt me. Like this afternoon, this evening, the people who are torturing me figured, okay, it's 4 o'clock. She has nobody call, and she's helpless and hopeless. Let's just start, stinging and zapping the bottoms of her feet, which is very tender and very, it's torture. Whenever you start whacking at someone's bottoms of their feet, it's torture. So I just said out loud into my audio diary documenting that they were hurting me and how they were hurting me. And I said, I'm going to call Josh Shapiro, our Pennsylvania state attorney. And after that, I'm going to give a call back to Representative Sarah Innamorato. And wouldn't you know it, I picked up the phone and left messages. Because at 4:10 in the afternoon on a Friday, guess what you get? You get an answering machine. And I left a message. I said, please go to my petition. By the way, you're on it, so you're going to be notified. We have over 700 signatures. And they stopped instantaneously. If they were coming from Russia, the time delay this would be, imagine the anchor on tonight's news talking to someone, interviewing someone from the Middle East or from Australia or China or Russia, and they have a time restriction, so they have to wait
I'm not saying what's happening to us is from a different country. That's not what I was wondering if you felt that this technology is much more
pretty there's no reason to worry my pretty little head about it. Let me just put it that way. There's no reason for me to worry about whether Russia is doing this to me when, in my opinion, they're not. But, they can. Who knows? I don't know. And I really don't care to spend a lot of time thinking about it because it just gets lost in the weeds. So I don't know. My answer is I don't know.
Lily.
I don't know. The answer is I don't know.
You completely are misunderstanding what I was saying. What I was asking you is if you think, take the targeted community out of this question, I was wondering if you thought that this technology is
if they can listen in to the president because he's not in a skiff or a what is it called? I always forget what skiff means. It's CIF. It's a compartmented where they go, the Senate goes and the House of Representatives goes when they want to talk about something secret so that their voices can't be picked up, the motion voices with these microwaves. So they go into a skiff room, an ultra-protected room. So whenever the president from that job to worry about that. I'm pretty sure he said something important. He goes into a skiff, which is probably not too far away from his Oval Office. I don't know is the answer. I don't know. So put my pig anyway.
Lily.
So I talked about
Lily,
the DOJ and NIJ definitely.
Active area only, and that may be why Helena is fading out.
Pardon me?
You're in the active area.
Active area?
Yes.
I don't know what you mean by that, Frank.
She's having a very hard time getting through.
I understand that, yeah.
What you need to do is probably mute and just let her speak so that her words will get through. If you would. Thank you.
Okay, that's not a problem. It's just that it's a question I don't know how to answer. But anyway, the DOJ, NIJ has a department called Sensor Surveillance and Biometric Technology Center of Excellence, nonetheless. And they have published multiple reports on this. And on this first NIJ website, there's 5 or 6 reports that they did. The through-the-wall sensor for law enforcement in 2012 that was prepared for them on page 26. It was just in a format, just in a design format, was where I first saw Sense Through Obstructions remote monitoring systems, which is the STORMS device that has a 1,000-foot standoff range. But this Marine said in that YouTube that we went way past 1,000 feet. We went way past 3 football fields in the Marine Corps when I was in theater. So that describes that. You can look up the specs on that. That operates under 3.3 to 3.8 gigahertz at low power levels, so that's not at a high power intensity. Anyway, what I comment, and this is true, through-the-wall surveillance devices eliminate any assurance or possibility or retreat into the quiet comfort and privacy and safety of our very own home. I mean, there's just no such thing. And the ACLU needs to know that, and you need to send them this letter to say, hey, how's about it? Anyway, I have a couple FOIA requests, so I sent a FOIA request to the FCC for a complete list of all the Doppler radar and pulsed radar and all stepped frequency radar and all continuous wave radar and all ultra-wideband radar and or the combination of these intentional radiators and radio locators and they did produce a spreadsheet of only ultra-wideband devices, and my FOIA request is there. You can look at it, and you can look at it's like 334 whatever list spreadsheet that they have, and the very last one on that spreadsheet that they sent to me. So they didn't send anything about the Doppler radar, the pulse step frequency or continuous wave or a combination of those, because they do have devices with combination of radio frequencies on their radar guns. But anyway, the last one on that spreadsheet is, you can type this in, just go www.t as in Tom, R as in Robert, X as in X-ray systems.com, so trxsystems.com, and this ultra-wideband device will locate, map, and track multiple people. It shows you, has little stick figures, but imagine real live flesh people up and down the steps. They had a better video of it before. This one isn't as nice, but just click on it and it shows you they get into their car. One goes east, one goes south, one goes west. Other people go back into the office building, and it just keeps tabs on them, providing 3D mapping and personnel location inside buildings, underground, and in other areas where GPS is not available. Now, GPS is a weak signal and cannot penetrate buildings. So GPS is not what is locating you inside your home, inside the mall, inside an underground root cellar. It's ground penetrating radar, GPR, that can, which these pulsed radio frequency directed energy devices are. So they're more powerful than GPS. Anyway, there's an article that describes shock waves and cavitation or brain trauma. So I have that link there. And there's another article, the pressure waves. It's entitled Clandestine Eavesdropping Using Microwaves Gigahertz Audio Snooping System. So it's using the gigahertz microwaves to listen in. There's only one case that I'm aware of that's gone to court where a home was searched using radio waves. The through-the-wall surveillance radio locator and intentional radiator microwave radar gun device that has gone to court. It's called United States versus Denson. You can read about the case. I have 2 links there. And Neil Gorsuch, when he was still in the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals court, wrote the opinion that allowed the search of Mr. Denson's home to locate him before they busted the door down. Neil Gorsuch, by the way, now is Justice Gorsuch, and he did get a petition. He is on the list, and all the 9 justices are on the petition. If you look at the 130-some people that I'm directing this petition to, the 9 justices are on it also. So searching a home with intrusive pulse microwave radio frequencies. So this case has never, as far as I know, has never been tested in our United States Supreme Court. Mr. Denson's case was refused by our Supreme Court, and they just declined to hear it without comment. And I don't think any other cases have been publicized for it to go up to our Supreme Court. Now, when Neil Gorsuch and Scalia were in, not Scalia, Roberts, I think it was, one of them, two of our justices went to New Zealand, and they did a talk. They were on stage, they talked about it, and they were asked about devices like this, either by the reporter or by the audience. I'm not sure which. I have to look up I do have, if you want it, I can send you the article. But they asked them about these devices, and they said, oh, yeah, I suppose our Supreme Court is going to have to look at these devices. But they were talking about it they were talking about it like you guys do, with the wrong words. It was funny. So they don't know what its capabilities are. They just don't. So I can send you that article. I'll send it to you too, Frank, so you can publish it. So that they talked about this. They know about it. So as a side note, Justice Scalia wrote a majority opinion of a different case. It was Kelo versus United States, that involved a forward-looking infrared camera, FLIR camera, F-L-I-R, that you can rent, by the way, from Home Depot or Lowe's to see where heat is escaping from your house, that detected the escaping heat from a building shown at Mr. Kelo's home, that it was invasive, is what Mr. Justice Scalia said, invasive and constituted a search under the Fourth Amendment and required a warrant. Therefore, the warrantless search violated Mr. Kelo's constitutional rights, and the evidence that it produced of the overheated marijuana growing room was not admissible as evidence. So they were just shining this FLIR camera at his home saying, oh, look at that back room back there. It's awfully hot. Look at all the heat escaping from that back room. And this is what the FLIR camera is detecting. It's like 2001 degrees. Here in the front of the house, it's, 73 or 68 degrees, like normal home temperature. So he wrote that was invasive, even though that FLIR camera could not look into the house. It wasn't measuring the heat in between your legs. It could not do that. It doesn't. FLIR cameras, forward-looking infrared cameras, cannot do that. It is a light camera, and it does not go through walls. Light does not go through walls. Lasers do not go through walls. Anyway, so he said that was too intrusive, and without a search warrant, the evidence that they found that marijuana growing room was not admissible as evidence. So Mr. Kilo has gone scot-free. These eavesdropping devices have matured from the microwave RF devices that were beamed at the United States Embassy in Moscow for decades, from like the 50s on through the 70s, causing various illnesses, cancers, to the embassy personnel. So I have a couple articles on that. And when they finally said, quote, we shut our microwave aimed devices off, but that's a lie, obviously. Recently, these eavesdropping assault weapons have shown up more frequently in the news and now have been reported to be used on undercover NSA and CIA agents, used on diplomats and their children stationed in foreign countries, and used on United States Department of Commerce and Department of State employees and their family members in multiple cities in China, and used on United States citizens in New Zealand, Australia, Uzbekistan, and even pulsed or hit or assaulted a White House staffer while she was walking her dog near a D.C. suburb. She has reported being hit or assaulted with this pulsed microwave RF before she was hit in D.C., in that D.C. suburb, in August 2019, when she was on a trip to London with John Bolton. So all of a sudden, this is happening to more pedestrian citizens who are working for the White House in various ways, and probably our Congress and Senate. Anyway, so it's out there. I get a kick out of the term hit or assaulted showing up in recent news reports, as there are a ton of everyday, normal, ordinary, law-abiding United States citizens that these pulsed microwave RF-directed energy weapons or DUs or assaults are happening to, including me. When I went to see Dr. Michael Hoffer in April 2019 in Miami, Florida, to be examined similarly to and as the United States and Canadian diplomats and their family members were, I was told that there was a steady stream of microwave RF injured people coming to see him, to be examined by him from all over the world, as we were all experiencing similar microwave RF DU assaults for years. The sin is that no one has paid attention to our letters, reports, and cries. I tried to ask for help from my local law enforcement to no avail, but they did recognize that the assaults were done with high-power radio wave weapon and that it is a heinous crime, and my Freedom of Information request is there, and you can see their reports, although they said because I didn't know who was doing it, they weren't going to investigate. But it's there, it's documented, and I asked for that Freedom of Information request in December 27, 2016, 4 years after the assault. When I reported it to them, it was in February 2012. They got the dates wrong, they got a bunch of things wrong. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, you'll see me refuting the false police report, but they did use the word high-power radio wave. They also used lasers and microphones, and I said I never used those words. By the way, I recorded that telephone conversation with them. Since they recorded me, I recorded them so I can tell them exactly what words I used. Lasers don't go through walls, and I did not use the word microwave at all. Anyway, so I appreciate Mark Polymeropoulos, a CIA officer with a very, very long, hard-to-pronounce name, recent interview, and I love the title of this article. It's PBS NewsHour title. It says, How Radio Frequency Waves. So how radio waves ended a CIA officer's career. And that's it in a nutshell. This is radio frequencies. And I used to say to Neil and to Derek and a bunch of other people I talked to, over the years, I said, this is radio frequency. Oh, no, Helena, you're stupid. I said, I'm telling you, it's not like your grandpa's AM/FM radio. This is radio frequency, though. These are radio waves. And here it is, how radio waves ended a CIA officer's career. As there are thousands of us, too many to count, living on United States soil, and those who have abandoned their homes, their careers, jobs, and families, who have tried to run to save their health, escaping overseas, but are still being assaulted with target locking, target tracking, pulsed microwave RF radar dues. And the article is there. What kind of people are these who make up their minds to pick a person to destroy, to intentionally select and isolate a person, to sabotage their life, to disrupt a family unit, to clandestinely pulse a person with microwave radio waves, a directed energy from which there is no shielding and no escape? Attorney Mark Zaid represents some of the U.S. diplomats, CIA special agents, and he also represents Mike Beck, a former national security and NSA counterintelligence officer who suspected that he was exposed to microwave attacks while on an overseas assignment with a partner in 1996. Both men later developed Parkinson's disease. By the way, that is what is going to be happening to us in this effort to get Beck's disability compensation. So Attorney Zaid got the NSA to release a letter in 2014, which reads in part, the National Security Agency confirms that there is intelligence information from 2012 associating the hostile country to which Mr. Beck traveled in the late 1990s with a high-power microwave weapon that has the ability to weaken, intimidate, or kill an enemy over time without leaving evidence, which is designed to bathe a target's living quarters, causing nervous system damage. I think killing someone has definitely, and Parkinson's disease is definitely evidence. But anyway, that's my opinion. So the original NSA court document is there. You can click on it to see it. There's an article, another link, which the NSA court document was taken from. It was a New York Times article, Microwave Weapons Are Prime Suspect in the Ills of the U.S. Embassy Workers. You can click on that. It's in there somewhere. So then in the first part of 2019, Niels Melzer, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Torture, has taken up the investigation of these heinous assaults as a form of torture and has rightfully labeled the technology as cyber torture. Because if you are experiencing pulsed microwave RF dues, you are truly being cyber stalked and watched on someone's Atari, Xbox, or Nintendo type radar guns computer screen. At the request of the State Department, National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, so there's 19 of those people got together, put together the 64-page report on the plausible causes of the diplomats' mysterious but extremely serious debilitating attacks, resulting in severe balance problems, neurological symptoms, and brain injuries, among other dysfunctions. And after pressure from Senator Jeanne Shaheen and other leading members of the Senate Foreign Relations and Appropriations Committees, United States Department of State has finally released the Relman report as prepared by Dr. Relman. He didn't write it all. A bunch of these, flame brains put it together. He put it together, and the report is right there for you to click on. My 3 radio interviews are there. If you click on the 3rd radio interview, the person who interviewed me put in extensive amount of my research. So you click on that, and there's a bunch more other links to legal stuff. So I have over 2,700 targeted people's email names and addresses, a very, very small list compared to other databases. I regularly send research to 600 of them. All are being assaulted and terrorized with this horrific weapon. We are calling on our senators and congressmen to hold joint hearings on this heinous crime that has become ubiquitous and pervasive in our society, in this United States of America, as well as all over the world. It is the responsibility of our United States Department of Justice, DOJ, our top law enforcement agency, to safekeep and assure that citizens are not tortured or not assaulted in this manner or in any manner. Each state's prosecutor in all 94 federal judicial districts should start intake of complaints of such assaults and order investigations, and then schedule grand jury hearings to bring these criminals to justice and bring relief to normal, law-abiding citizens who have been enduring this heinous, extrajudicial, surreptitiously meted out assaults. No one should have to live like this. No one should have to endure this. No one. This madness has to stop. Anyway, that's the petition, and that's the letter that I sent to Judge Merrick Garland. I'm done. So if you guys are done with me, I'll go and develop my email list. I hope everybody was sending out to their email list. If you have 2 people on your email list, send it to 2 people and ask them to forward it and sign, forward it and sign, forward it and sign, so that we have a ton of signatures, because this is that important. And the more people we have signing, the more it impresses on these people that you have to pay attention. There's a ton of us, and you need to stop this. And we don't need to look for attorneys. Our 94 prosecutors in our specific areas, like mine will be from the Western District of Pennsylvania. That prosecutor will be the one that's doing the investigation, just like the eBay personnel doing the assaults and the cyber stalking of that poor lady who said a bad thing about them on her blog, that they were trying to retaliate. And they just think that because it's all cyber stalking, no one would be able to figure it out and no one would be able to tell who's doing this. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. They were being targeted from all the way across the other side of the country, from California to that little home in Massachusetts, and they were assaulted. They were assaulted and tortured.
We have one more question. Can you take
Sure.
one?
Absolutely.
Anonymous.
Hi. Thank you so much. This has been amazing information. Would you mind giving out your phone number again and the website? We could research some of these amazing.
The website for this for this link, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, for some of the information you've been, talking about on the phone.
Hold on, let me see it. I got past that page, but
especially about the brain injury.
Sure. My phone number is hold on, but let me trying to get the if you just type in to change.org, it's going to say Joint Congressional Hearings and DOJ investigation of microwave assaults on U.S. citizens. And you'll see the petition. You'll also see this letter where you click on the rest of the story. That's where this letter is that I was reading from. So Joint Congressional Hearings and DOJ investigation of microwave assaults on United States citizens. And I abbreviated USU.S.citizens.
I went to change.org and I looked through all I didn't see it, but maybe Frank will have a link or something.
I think Frank posted a couple times.
Yeah, I posted it about 10 times. I'll post it again right now.
Are you on the computer? Will you be able to see that?
I'm not. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's why.
Okay.
I will put it on targetedmassachusetts.org tonight. By
Great.
computer, though.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right.
And your phone number? I'm so sorry.
412-782-4441.
Thank you, Frank, for having an amazing guest and always great information on your call.
Yes, he is wonderful. And Joey.
Okay, hopefully the letter helps you out, because some people struggle with the words, and then they're afraid then after a while to say something, because sometimes people get picked up for saying the wrong things. This way you can just shove this wad of paper. Unfortunately, it's 12 pages depending on the typeset you have. just shove this wad of paper in front of them, or mail it, or email it, attach it and email it to your congressmen, your senators. They're on the list. They're getting it. They're getting the petition. Every one of them. I'm trying to look up who all I sent this to, but you can click on that on the website, on the petition website, and you'll see.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Yes, thank you for your question, too.
I'm looking for the list of people who got this. Here it is. I got it. So it's going to all 94. Oh, this isn't it. Clicked on the wrong thing. All the 94 prosecutors. It's going to them. Here it is. It's going to Joe Biden. It's going to Merrick Garland. It's going to the United States Department of Justice and all the Supreme Court justices. So United States Department of Justice includes the 94 prosecutors' offices are getting it. Everybody in the United States Senate, so 100 senators. Going to, I always forget how many House of Representatives we have. Congressmen, we have 343 or something. We have a lot. It's going to Nancy Pelosi specifically. The other representatives, there's too many. I wasn't going to click on every one of them. The federal judicial districts, which are 94, like I said. The U.S. attorneys, which is one and the same thing. The federal DOJ prosecutors, which are one and the same thing. The state attorney generals, so that's who I called it a little bit after 4 o'clock this afternoon. Josh Shapiro saying, you're getting this petition, but by the way, it's 10 minutes after 4 o'clock, and this is happening to a lot of people, and that's when these assholes stopped torturing me, because they said, oh my God, give her a phone, and she's out there talking to the world. And then every governor is getting it, so 50 governors. I put those in one by one. And then the FCC is getting a copy of it, not that they can do very much about it. The FBI is getting it, and CIA is getting it. And I also sent it to that retired CIA officer, Mark Polymeropoulos. The UN has it. You can just send it to anybody you want. But I think the total number comes out to about 100, and it's over 100 people that are listed on the petition. And if, like I said, this is going to work, first of all. And if they somehow want to circumvent it from working, they don't want to do that. Because I will have freedom of information requests, which is not just the certified letter to them, but an open document to them that I'm pretty sure Mark Zaid, since he helps out Muckrock and represents them pro bono at times, reads that. He likes the Sunshine Law. It will hit the newspapers just because of the Freedom of Information request using Muckrock that I'm going to be publishing this petition saying we're holding people accountable. And if that doesn't work because they're not paying attention to us, we can do a lawsuit similarly as those 5-6 families who are suing their own government saying, you're hiding this information from us, you're not paying attention to us, and we are suing. And by the way, if you're wanting to know, that is the only way that I could see that we can fit into a class. If they ignore us, then we fit into a class that we can all sue together, saying to our United States government, this was a petition. We've raised this issue to you. I signed it. Now I'm suing because you're not giving us answers. Just read the 32-page lawsuit that Canadian diplomats are using, and that's exactly the same words we will be using in our lawsuit to sue our federal government, saying you're not paying attention to us and you're hiding this information from us. The identical same lawsuit will be going to them. If they say, whoa, tell me about this. Oh, yeah, wow. Now tell me some more. Okay, all right. We're investigating and we're holding grand jury hearings in every one of our 94 districts. We won't have to sue our United States government like the Canadians did.
We have another avenue to add to that.
Okay.
The United States government is not protecting its own citizens.
Exactly. That's what exactly it says in that lawsuit, is that you have exactly. That's exactly what the diplomats told the citizens. I mean, their government saying, we were working for you. Now, we're just their citizens here in the United States, but you're not protecting us. I mean, what was the wording they used? I'll be there in a minute. Scrolling. Absolutely. That's the biggest part of the Canadian lawsuit is, here it is. It says, the complaint names their State Department or their government, Canada, as the defendant because who owns? They owe to them. They owe to these diplomats. They owe them protection. And is in breach of this contract of owing them, breach of the statutory and common law duties to the plaintiffs. So the duty of our government is being breached of protecting us. That is exactly what this lawsuit is about.
Very good. Well, I'm impressed. That's hard to do.
Well, we're going to get them. So we're going to get them. Try not to, if you sign a petition, try not to use the word gang. Try not to use the word remote neuromonitoring. I don't care. I know it exists. Don't use the words. Use microwave assault similarly as the diplomats were in Havana, Cuba. And we need protection, and our government needs to pay attention to us. We're so thankful for this letter. And just that's it. Or just sign silently. And without any comment. And keep signing and signing and signing. And saying this is being obfuscated, this is concealed from us. You guys have been hiding information from us when there is evidence of microwave assaults being done for so many decades and decades and decades and decades. And you're trying to obfuscate and hide, like you're burying your head in the sand like an ostrich. You can't do that anymore.
Helena, this is so vital and so important. I'm going to post the entire petition.
You're breaking up, Frank.
I'm going to post the entire petition, not just the link, in the Sunday newsletter. And it's going to come up as possibly a conversation piece on February the 7th when we premiere on Revolution Radio.
Okay. Yeah. You know, Paul Broder's book, when he wrote in 1977, it's Zapping of America, The Zapping of America. Microwaves, their deadly risk, and the cover-up. Because even today, unbelievably, even today, especially today, there is still a cover-up. And they are deadly, and there is a cover-up. The zapping of America, microwaves, their deadly risk, and the cover-up.
The cover-up at this point in time has gotten to the point where they're finding it hard to cover up because
yeah, absolutely.
It's coming to the surface everywhere.
Yeah, that's what this letter was supposed to be about, is like, these are important people out there and you're covering it up. I mean, for the people who are working for the State Department and for the Department of Commerce in China, you're not recognizing it because why? You're trying to preserve trading relationships. You don't want to harm trade relationships with China, and so therefore this didn't happen to them? Really? Seriously?
Well, I don't think China.
Does anybody know any targets who are in New Hampshire? Does anybody know any targets who live in Hampshire? I would love to talk to them.
Yes, we do.
I would love to talk to them if you can give them my name and phone number.
Sure, I will do that.
All right. I mean, every time you drip and drool, it's embarrassing. You know, we're dripping and drooling like mental patients, but it's important. If you drip and drool, you have to document it. They've compromised the blood-brain barrier. This is nothing to be ashamed of. This is not your sin. This is not your shame. If you lost control of your bladder, peed your pants, you document it. If you had diarrhea and it went in all over your pants, that's because they were vibrating your lower intestines and it was uncontrollable. You lost control of your colon. It's bullying and intimidation. It's to try to force us. And they're terrorizing and laughing at us because we're on their computer screen. They're having these little betting games, like I bet you that she's going to put something over her head because I'm going to start pulsing at her brain. Look, see, I told you. And this is to incite and to provoke and to aggravate. So if you start running out your front door with your fist shaking up to the heavens and the skies, I mean, they're just going to call the police. So don't react, because that's exactly what this is tailored to do, is to incite, provoke, and to aggravate you, and for you to run outside and therefore put you out of their misery. And they'll be laughing. This is such a big belly laugh. And it's to humiliate and shame you. So don't you be humiliated and shamed. This is not your shame. Just write all about it. Write it. Talk about it. Put it down. That is your evidence. You have to have evidence. You have to have evidence. Today is the first day that you should. Forget about the last 5 years, 2 years, 10 years, 15 years. Today is the first day. Start evidence. And get a little $50, $60, $80 little device to stick into your bra. And if you're a guy, get a little Derringer holster that you can wear on your, strapped on your chest. Because we truly are cyber tortured. You are on someone's Atari, Xbox, or Nintendo type radar guns computer screen. You are. No mistake about it. They can't hit you so exactly unless they see exactly that body part.
Right. People are asking.
Now, if you want to have some fun, you can go to what?
People are asking in the chat if they can sign this petition multiple times.
No. Someone, a friend of mine, who lives in the same house with her mother, so I don't know how they would have two different IP addresses. She said, I signed for my mother. So I don't know how you do that, but I don't know if you can go to the library and use their computer and sign. I don't think so, but we want to keep it on the up and up anyway. It's these assholes who are creating the crime. We don't need to do that. I think we can. Has anybody clicked on this to see how many signatures we had? I had like 747, I think, or 600. And I transpose numbers. I'm not even going to tell you what I think I have because I transpose numbers. So we'll see. It's loading. If you want to have some fun, there is a device you can buy off of Amazon. It's too bad I can't post into the chat. It's called Wallabot, and it's a device that will go. The device I have on there, it says it only goes so many feet. I mean, just real short, like a yardstick, like 3 feet. But they have another website where you can program it, and it tells you can program it. And unfortunately, I have to put everything into the chat, and then Frank has to then push it out to everybody. Well, we had about 12 signatures is all we got from today's talk, so 756. So I'd like to reach at least 1,000. So I'll put some things into the chat on the Wallabot that goes about 15 feet. So if you're in a high-rise apartment building or in a duplex or in a townhouse where you have only like 9 to 15 inches between you and your neighbor, this Wallabot will definitely go through it, and it is programmable. And it's only $600 today, and only today. Actually, it is $600 all the time, $599. I'll put some stuff into the chat.
Okay, fantastic.
I'll stay for as long as I find where this is that I'm going to put into the chat, and then I'm going to go in 5-10 minutes if that's okay.
Not a problem.
Okay.
I'd like to have you as a guest, probably not this week. I mean, the coming week of February the 7th, but the following week on Revolution Radio, if you would like to join me.
Oh, let me see what I'm doing here.
That would be a Sunday from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday evening.
Sunday, okay.
Just think about it.
Okay. I can't seem to find this thing. Oh, the people are saying we don't have any stalking laws. Poor Dolly and Margaret we're going to Congress, and people are writing laws and like that. We have stalking laws. I'll post them for you. We have laws. Okay, these are the stalking laws. You have to forward this for me, Frank, please.
Certainly.
Okay.
Yep.
So those are the federal stalking laws. You know, the Massachusetts DOJ uses these laws. If it's good enough for them, it's good enough for me. And it was for cyber stalking also.
For some reason, I cannot copy these. I don't know what the problem is. I can't copy them. I will have to copy and put them in.
If anybody calls me, I can give them to them directly.
Okay.
The chat stopped working for me. Well, I can see it. I can see other people's chat, but not mine. Stopped working for the last 2 conference calls. So this is the eBay lawsuit that has, so I'm going to have like 6 articles here. Believe it or not, each newspaper, they sound sort of similar, some of them, but there's little nuggets of information in there that some of them don't have. So I don't mind reading 10 articles on one topic. Might seem redundant, sort of, but I find a lot of things like that. And these were executives. These weren't just some little eBay person who's making $15 an hour. These were executives. And they're hoping, the prosecutors are hoping that some of the lower people will snitch on the executives and therefore get lighter sentences. And we're hoping the same thing, actually, but it'll, go ahead.
Text messages and voice.
What did you say?
Oh, sorry about that. That was a YouTube opening up by accident.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to get all these things reposted.
Okay. I'm going to post something here about the dielectric properties and how they see you and the human anatomy so that they can pull up your human anatomy. And that is how they can see you to the very exact pinpoint where they want to pulse you. And then what else do I have here? Oh, the Amazon thing. Well, here it is. For everybody to spend $599. And if you're a geek, you can reprogram this. They had a contest. The company who makes Wallabot had a contest for how to use this device in various ways. They're using it to see not just through walls and not just see their grandmother, whether she fell in 3 doors down through 3 different walls. But they're also using it to measure usually they use it to measure the depth of the gasoline in those underground gasoline tanks at gas stations. Now they shine microwave radio frequency at it, and they can tell right away how deep it goes because gasoline has a certain dielectric property, and air or H2O, even if it's mixed with some of the distillate, some of that evaporated into the H2O, they can dial that echo out, that backscatter of those radio frequencies, so they can see where the actual liquid is. Say that again. Did you hear the person, Frank?
No, I did not.
Yeah, I think it was a woman, but she kept fading out.
We have a bunch of questions, but I know that you want to go.
The one thing I heard was cyberstalking.
Okay.
But that was it. Okay, so that's some of the information on the Wallabot. That it's so the Wallabot developer capabilities. So there's another system you can buy. You can find it here that I put in the chat. But it's in-room and in-wall imaging, so they can see the copper pipe where that leak is. So that your plumber has one of these, by the way, if he's worth his salt, so that he doesn't have to cut holes, because where that wet spot is on your plaster is not where the leak is in your copper pipe or your PVC pipe or your cast iron pipe inside your wall. It's somewhere else, 15, 20 feet away, or maybe on the other side of the room altogether. So they can see with this pulsed microwave radio frequency device, a Wallabot, they can see where the drip, drip, drip is. Water has a certain dielectric property. The copper pipe or the PVC pipe or the cast iron pipe has a certain dielectric property. And you just go along to trace it to see where the water is leaking from. And when they see that slow motion drip, 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 they know, well, that's where I have to cut my 9-inch by 9-inch little holes. I don't have to cut 20 holes and destroy this person's walls all around in 3 rooms, because she's going to be pissed at me. I can cut 1 hole, fix that leak, and she's going to be so happy. So anyway, so it's object detection, change detection. It'll detect change. Speed and range measurement, which that's what radar means, the radio detection and ranging, and radio direction and ranging. Motion sensing, breathing detection, sensing of dielectric properties of materials. This is on the Wallabot site. People tracking and fall detection. So these are some of the things they listed. But they had a regular, they had a contest. They paid money. Who's going to win for the most imaginative and redesign, reprogramming of this device? here's the computer, this three-wall radar device, microwave radio frequency technology. You guys reprogram and tell it what y'all geniuses come up with. That's the end of the Wallabout stuff, Frank, by the way.
Okay. If you could forward to me anything and everything that you have to frank@aihr.foundation. That's the address that you have.
Okay. I'm sure you don't want everything. Good. I've been in this sleeping only for 5 or 6 hours when they let me, and literally researching for 12, 16-hour days. Constant, nonstop for years now.
I can tell.
All right, you guys. Well, you have a good night. Call me tomorrow afternoon sometime if you want. Leave a message if I get to the phone in time, and I'll help you out with whatever I can.
Okay,
thank you very much, Frank. I really, really, really appreciate it. And keep forwarding the petition. Keep signing. And use anything that I wrote about and just forward it to everybody that's important in your life, including your legislators. The ACLU, definitely send it to the ACLU and put a big SOS on it. Help.
Yeah, I can do that quite easily. Not a problem.
Okay. You all have a good night.
You too. God bless.
Same here.
Okay, the Q&A is obviously over, and I'm going to turn the floor over, or actually open up the floor. And anybody that would like to speak is welcome to. Helena is still here in spirit, I think. I don't think she's actually here, but
she's great. I love her.
Isn't she fantastic?
She's a rock star.
Yep.
I'm going to get my mom to sign the petition, and I'm going to try to take a handheld device out and try to get people to sign it. And I definitely needed somebody who was strong and knowledgeable to say, what do you say to the public? Don't say this, say this. And that's clear language, and it is microwave. I love her. I'm so excited for her and the petition and for us. I feel so much better. So thank you.
She is so good. I think she will decide to be on radio, not on the 7th of February, but the following week, from 8 to 10 p.m. on Revolution Radio. But it'll be in the newsletter. If you don't get the newsletter, go to targetedmassachusetts.org. Immediately there'll be a blue drop down, and you can insert your email right there.
Hey, Frank.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. While the program was going with Helena, I was just turned the volume down on the Erin Brockovich story, and I have spoken to her. I've spoken to Erin once and tried to get through to her like 2 or 3 times, but I did get through that one time, and I can't. It was so long ago, I can't remember what I asked her, what I said to her, but she is still very much alive and well and on fire to expose more problematic stuff concerning citizens that are being abused. And she is very, very, very much effective whistleblowing. She is with a law firm and a higher officer in that. I found that much out and that I remembered from what I talked to her. But she is a very important person to that law firm. She is not an owner. But they very, very much value her. Erin Brockovich is just a fireball of power and just energy, and she's still out there. Could we use her?
Oh, most definitely.
Yeah. Any comments are welcome.
Well, I think Helena is our Erin Brockovich, and I think our cause is awesome. I know I loved that movie with Julia Roberts, and
yes. But for all of us to put our energy and juice together and work with Helena and Erin together.
Well,
so there's safety in numbers and knowledge.
Well, yeah.
There's safety and knowledge, of which they both have, no doubt. And they're both energetic and full of fire, and the more fire, the merrier for us. I mean, let's go in victory and have that same energy that they have, and get this thing done.
Well, thank you, Mark. Well, I really appreciate that.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. I try so hard.
Marilyn, you're welcome to continue speaking.
Yeah,
Today, go ahead.
When she said not to say remote neural monitoring, I'll try to do that. And I do know about the Frey effect. So I'll try to change my terms, and because I can't really explain that. And it's really hard to listen to conference calls lately because of the synthetic telepathy, which is using these microwave pulses to my skull. And but I sense the urgency to concentrate, so I actually I've concentrated and listened to her. Just about every single word she said, and when she read her article, I was so proud of myself. And for people who have V2K, it's really good practice to listen to people on the call and follow every single word that they say, or not. It's your choice, because you have to have your own choices. But I feel better. I feel confident, even as I know that, I'm harmed. I have aluminum foil over my left hand to block straps to my hand. But I feel so much better. I feel better with people like Helena and Matthew Aaron and Frank and Ella, the people who organize on behalf of all of us. It's such a relief. It's so stressful. So I'm going to try harder just in general about everything. And then but also portray a positive attitude that we will get free. I want us to get free from this shit. This is ridiculous. Thanks.
Well, it's been long enough.
Yeah, is that aluminum foil touching your skin?
Yeah.
Put something between it, like a cloth or just a wrap. A glove, a cotton glove would be perfect, ideal. And don't let any part of that aluminum touch you, because it sheds metal and it goes in. You don't want that. It's a toxin. But it does shield. It does shield. Use the aluminum, but don't let it touch you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll do that now.
Yes.
Okay, is there anybody that would like to speak? Offer up a story or add something to what we've heard this evening?
I just want to say, because I just tuned in, 59 people on the call, this says, and thank you for being on the call.
Oh, yeah, well, we had, let me see, 90. We had 90.
Oh, my gosh. Wow.
That is awesome, Frank.
Well, I was on a different call, so it's nice to be able to come over here.
Which one were you on? I wasn't aware there was another one opposite.
Oh, you know, the prayer calls on Monday nights and Friday nights.
Oh.
Awakening prayer call.
Okay, those are really nice calls.
Oh, they're wonderful. Especially Friday night's my favorite. Led by Michael. I don't know his last name, but one of the Michaels.
Okay, I'd like to hear that. Does he have any tapes, or is he on YouTube or anything that you can share?
I don't think so. And they go ahead.
I'm
Somebody
turning
else.
my volume down significantly. Can you still hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, 'cause I'm probably loud, huh?
No, you're fine.
Okay, usually they tell me, sometimes they tell me, other TIs tell me I'm too loud.
Nope, you're coming in 5 by 5 and you're not too loud.
Okay. 'Cause sometimes I do talk loud, and when I get excited or passionate about something, I talk even louder.
Well, I'm excited about the information Helena brought forward tonight. I mean, you can't ask for better information. I mean, that's fantastic. I'm going to publish a lot of it, if not all of it, on the Sunday newsletter. So you'll be able to find it there. You'll see the petition all laid out, not just the link. Well, actually, and the link so that you can go sign
it. Frank?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Again, on about Erin Brockovich, we do need to try and get in touch with her, and more than one person is very effective. The more people that very patiently and being attentive to who she is and what she is, to help in any way. If she's willing to help us, we bend over backwards tenfold to the help she's delivering for us. For her image, her power, her position in life, and the things that she has accomplished.
Well,
those are attributes of hers that are so valuable to us.
If you have any contact information, it would be appreciated.
Yeah, sure. I'll try and look up that number again. You can Google her name, and that's how I did it. And I got the info I needed and the phone numbers and such. So, yeah, I'll get back with you. Frank, sometimes, almost all the time, I can't reach you. I call, and it's for naught. I don't know why. Yeah.
I will definitely look for your number.
Okie doke. You have it there now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Man, people like in California, Racehorse Haynes, is he still alive?
I have no idea.
Yeah, he worked. Who was that famous lawyer that helped out O.J. Simpson? I can't remember.
I know that he died, but...
Oh, that's the Kardashian's father. Yeah, Kim Kardashian. That's her dad. That's how they became so famous.
Shapiro. It was Shapiro was the lawyer.
Johnny Cochran also.
Johnny Cochran, that's the one.
Oh, okay.
That's the one I'm thinking of. Yes. I think he's still alive. I'm not sure, but he's dead. It's not hard to find out.
No, he's still alive. Cochran is still alive.
Johnny Cochran.
Johnny Cochran.
Yeah. This is a big deal. And they like big deals. The bigger, the better for them.
Who
Johnny Cochran is dead.
Oh, he is? Oh, I'm sorry. Wow, he died young. How old was he?
I don't know.
Wow.
But when you go and look up names of famous trials that have occurred, irregardless of the content of the trial, to find out what kinds of trials they would undertake, it would be so incredibly beneficial for our community to try to stay in touch with these guys. They need the exercise.
Well, I don't know how much exercise they need, but they're expertise. So
they're out there.
Let's see who else wants to join in the conversation here. I'm getting incredibly hoarse. I don't. It's goes with the territory, I guess. Marilyn, you want to moderate for a couple of minutes? I just got to get some coffee.
Okay.
All right.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Anyone new would like to speak? Anyone who usually doesn't speak? That would be great.
I told you. But I'm going to cook. I'm hungry. You miss all the guests with all the knowledge.
No, but I like chicken head and broccoli. She just specialized on water. But I'm going to make something. I'm hungry.
I wanted to talk about really quick about injuries that some of us suffer. I have heard other TIs, victims of this microwave weapon, say that when they have an injury from an accident, that these individuals that are harming us will shoot that injury for plausible deniability. And that happened to me with my right knee. And they finally stopped doing it, but it was one of the worst couple years of my life. They kept nailing my knee, and I had to go to the hospital. But I never noticed any marks or anything, not until I shaved my dreadlocks and shaved my head completely and looked at my head, I thought, oh, what are those circles on my head? And on the right side of my skull, on the top, there's a splatter where the dew hit my head and it splattered the energy weapon. And there's all these circular scars all over my head, parts of my face.
That's trippy. Pretty trippy, Mary. Yes, indeed. They have been planting devices in your body, and I can't see why they would draw figures on your bald head.
Yeah, well, what I noticed, the thing about the injuries, I do a lot of landscaping, gardening. I did a lot of manual labor as work. I'm very physical, and I think that's one of the reasons why they're attacking my hands. And I'm an artist. And so I looked at it, and I thought, that's weird that my hand would hurt there. I haven't done anything to, injure that. And the same scars were right there. And so I Googled the hand structure and looked at the bone. Yeah. And so I wondered if this had happened to anybody else, that, fake injuries, attacking old injuries.
Well, if they're attacking your hand and they're attacking your body with direct energy weapons, and hopefully they can get over themselves.
I wanted to ask Helena also if does anyone believe that other countries are involved in our targeting? Is there proof of that, or is there a thought about that?
Darn it, there's a lot of things that should not be in our lives with new technologies, and it's all boils down to new technologies. Is Chapuis there?
Mhm.
So, what's going on with you new this week? What's going on with you new this week?
Okay, let's see. I started to paint again, and I got a show for the summer with a Black University in Wilberforce, Ohio, which I'm very excited about. I can't believe it. So I want to try to put something that I'm actually stuttering. That's how. The neighbor chopped down a tree, and I asked the workers to give me the leftovers, and it's a massive amount of 3 trees of maple, 2 other trees. So we're going to be chainsawing trees for the fireplace. It's freezing here. It's been going on. It's been getting worse. It's compulsive. They seem to be more compulsive and like addicts, like drug addicts. The perps.
Are they directing more energy weapons at you?
Yeah, they had stopped. I think sometimes I don't feel it, or I'm not paying attention, or they're doing it to me when I'm sleeping. But they've basically started up again in the last couple months. Maybe since a couple months before the new year. Gosh, I need to write these things down. You know, I'm like, ow, 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 ouch, that hurts, ow. My forehead, they're chewing my forehead up. So my new plan to handle that is to not sit in one place, which sucks because I want to watercolor. So what I do is I watercolor, get up, go outside, clean, sit down. I try to turn in the chair. I try not to sit in one spot. Even in the bed, I try to turn. Like last night, I turned around in the bed, changed directions on the couch. If I sleep on the couch, I don't know. Now I'm thinking I'm gonna have to get a Faraday cage just to reduce some of the impact of it. You know. Let's see what else. I signed the petition. I did email it. COVID makes life pretty boring. What about you?
Yeah, it's been quite a spin. They make life boring, so I sleep about 18 hours a day now from gang stalkers, implants, and poisonings in my body. Yeah, I just sleep and sleep and sleep.
Yeah, my sleep is not a very safe space. The particular way that they attack me, it's a lot of perps, messing with my brain, talking to me, and doing mind control tricks, which cause a lot of stress in my brain. So I'm going to do alarm clock challenges for them, and I'm going to do 5 hours, which is less than you're supposed to have, instead of 8. And Melissa Black had said that you should sleep less, because the longer you sleep, the more access they have to your body. It's just like total free access to you. I'd love to be able to go to sleep for 18 hours and feel safe. That'd be great. That must be nice. I have these fish tanks, and when I see my fish sleep at night, sometimes I envy them. They look so sweet. They just float. They're passed out.
Yeah, but if they're in a glass fish tank, they're under constant surveillance. Or at least they have the capability of always being watched. Which is the part I don't want.
Yeah, I've actually thought about that and felt sorry for them.
And even before my target, I remember years ago I had to, I had some work that it felt like I was living in a fishbowl. And it was awful. I didn't like it back then. I don't like it now.
It's very strange having a group of people look through your eyes and talk to you. So if, you're doing something that is supposed to make your spirit feel good, like watercoloring, and they're taking it apart. They're talking to you about your colors, trying to tell you how to paint, and they watch every single detail about everything you do. It's like a fishbowl. They watch everything you look at.
Yeah, that was my point. That was, for me, probably is one of the hardest parts about this for me, that I've had to make the biggest adjustment, because I've always liked my privacy. I've loved my privacy. I've always treasured my anonymity, and all that gets taken away. And so when I can get back any anonymity, I just treasure it.
Yeah, well, it's really awful if you're married and you're a TI and they're looking through your eyes. You're trying to have a romantic moment. For Valentine's Day, this comedian, he's so funny. He sounds like he's from Jersey. He's like 70 years old. He looks like he's like, you guys, Valentine's Day is coming, and he's like, this is what you should get. You should shave it. Get the shaving kit, clean it up, unpack it, use it. It's Valentine's Day. You get it? Groom it, unpack it, and use it. And I was just like, God, this guy's having so much fun. I'm not. Sex is like not, I don't have sex. Even if I were to have sex, it's not sex.
Yeah, I can't imagine knowing that I was being watched in my, if I was having sex with somebody. I can't imagine, because it just, there's no place that you cannot be seen.
Right, and they have this new trick where they climb inside my brain. So they want to know what it's like to be a female, and I don't give up that access anymore. So I'm not Dr. Ruth. Remember Dr. Ruth? I'm basically like an uptight wasp from the 50s. I'm like, no, thank you. I'll have some coffee, and there was a really good program on the Nature Show about the Alps. That was beautiful. I think Switzerland.
Dear.
Does anyone have any information on Michael Shapela?
I heard he died recently.
Do you know any more about that?
Nope.
Well, it got quiet all of a sudden. What happened?
There's 51 people.
I know. Maybe they all fell asleep? No.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they put them all to sleep. No, just kidding.
I remember once I got knocked out, and I couldn't believe it as it was happening. I was like, oh, how are they doing this? And they did it like an interrogation. What are you going to do when you do? And I was like, I'm going to do this. And then they woke me and they let me wake up. It was just like a half an hour where they just knocked me out. Did you ever get that protein powder?
I don't recall any protein powder.
Oh, maybe that was someone else.
Are you talking to who you think you're talking to? Who talked about that?
I had found this vegan protein powder that has caffeine in it.
Oh, sorry, I forgot all about that. No, I never did. Forgot all about that.
Yeah, I built up a tolerance to it.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, well.
Oh, well.
So, yeah, I was doing a series of women from Sudan. It was like political, activism to, like these beautiful, these runway models from Sudan. This is like one of the most devastating, ongoing, traumatic, war-torn places on the planet. And these fashion, these superstar designers collect these black women like candy, and it's so strange. And so I started painting these women, and so I went to get tired of it. So now I'm going to do like Asian. But it's not just like and the white male, And I was telling my boyfriend this. I was like, I'm going to go back and I'm going to paint like white males. I'm going to start doing nudes. You gotta try to do what you want to do now. You never know what's gonna happen with this shit, with these weapons. But yeah, I don't know if any of the guys or women were into samurai movies. But there is this famous samurai actor, old black and white films. I used to watch his films, and so I've been using swords in the holographic space to defend myself. So, but I don't, I try not to do it too much because I don't want them to learn what I thought I saw in these movies. And I used to watch Jet Li a lot when I lived in New York City. After work, I'd go home and watch him and say, "Oh, this is great." Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. In The Matrix, when he learns martial arts, and then they put him to sleep, he fights these agents. So when they put us to sleep, sometimes you're interacting with other people who are asleep or awake, and they're talking to you, and they've got their eyes closed, and they have different avatars. So depending on how much of a control they want over you, you can actually, do some damage to some of these people that are hooked up to you. So to inspire myself, I'm going to do a little tribute to and besides the fact that they've had such an influence now that they're, the economy, COVID, everything is they are part of the global network. I mean, they basically are America. They're part of America. They're like an immigrant that is overseas, that lives overseas. They probably work on some of the weapons that are used against us in factories, But they make our goods and products and all that weird stuff. It's very strange, but
No.
Hey, Marilyn. Oh, Marilyn.
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
How you doing? How's everybody?
They're very quiet.
I noticed that. Why is that?
They all fell asleep.
Well, you have to wake up now. Okay, it's 1:07. Hold on a second. This is Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference. My name is Frank Allen, signing off at 1:07 a.m.